Move that over a tad. Hello, friends. Oh, my heavens. Hello. Just running a few minutes behind this morning. Okay, come on. Lots going on today, yeah? All right, I think we are here-ish. Oh, we are. Hello. Hi, friends. Hello. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Oh my, I'm looking a little shiny today. Happy I have not seen you in forever and a day. It feels like, right? It feels like forever. Okay, just give me a sec. Just give me a sec here while I, get situated. Oh, I've been up since crack of dawn, but always last minute. Always last minute, changing things up, deciding I need to throw something different in. Anyhow, good morning. Good morning, friends. Lots of friends here, so I will welcome everyone in a second. Let's just start out by saying hello. If we have not met before, my name is Lael Kankar. I have a business called Lael by Mail. I do all kinds of things. I manufacture lots of products, travelers, notebooks, and tools, and stamps, and dies, and washi, and die cuts, and paper, and the list goes on and on and on. Craft storage pouches, which we'll talk about a little bit today. When I'm not traveling, which has been a lot lately. I've been traveling and teaching a lot lately. I think it's been like 5 weeks since we've been together, which is crazy. But anyhow, when I'm not traveling, we are here mostly on Saturday mornings doing what I like to call creative listing, where I provide a couple of listing topics or subjects ahead of time, and we get together and I make lists. I make lists creatively, so I use lots of fun supplies, stamps and dies and pattern paper, lots of different things, and I make a list. But as we are doing our creative listing, we're basically telling a story. And in most cases, we are telling a story about us because the lists, in most cases, are about us. So it's a very easy, approachable way to be creative and tell your story without a lot of pressure and feeling like you have to be Ernest Hemingway, like writing a novel. So anyhow, welcome to you. I will take a quick look at the chat to see who's here, and then we'll dive in, okay? Because we've got lots to cover today. I should mention, I think I forgot to mention, website, laelbymail.com. In the description box of the video, there are quite a few links. One of the links is to blog posts that has our listing topics today, if you want to take a quick peek at that. But another link will take you to a page on my website, what I'm using. So those will be a pretty good assortment of the products or collections I'll be using in our listing today. And that page on the website will show you all those products, and then you can click and add to cart if you are so inclined. All right, let's take a quick side view here, and I will check and see who's here as we say hello. If you are watching live, I'd love it if you'd pop into the chat and say hello. There's a live chat that takes place, and that's where we all kind of hang out and interact together as a community. So I will take a look. And if you're watching the replay, welcome to you as well. Always fun to have you here, whether you're watching live or watching via Memorex. All right, hello, Diane. Really quickly, we'll see how my voice holds up today. Literally, I have been teaching since, the third week, the 21st, I think, ish, of September. So big event, started losing my voice, was home for a couple of days. My dear friend Vicky came to visit, and lots of talking when we're together. Voice started to go again. Then taught in San Diego area at my friend Lizzie Lou's Halloween retreat. Lots of talking and teaching. Voice started to go again. Was home, I think, 2 days, and then headed off to Texas, where I taught at the Crafting Through the Holidays event. So lots of talking, interacting, chatting, late nights, and voice started to go again. So voice is going to be a little scratchy today, and we'll probably kind of progress the deeper we go. So good news is I am home now for 2 weeks. We are listing today I don't even know what day it is anymore. Today the 18th, and we're also listing next weekend, the 27th. That's not right. 24th. Let's do the math. So we're listing today the 18th. My gosh, that's the 25th. The 18th, I promise I know the maths. Listing today the 18th, listing again next Saturday, which would be the 25th, and then off again for 2 weeks. I have my December documented class. I will be teaching live for those that purchased it here on my YouTube channel the first Saturday, November 1st, and then I am teaching again the following week. Last in-person event of the year. So just know the next couple weeks our schedule's still going to be a little bit rocky, and then after the first full weekend, I guess the 7th or whatever it is, 8th in November, then we are home free. We'll be listing together repeatedly every Saturday for quite a while. Phew. All right, now let's take a look at the comments again. Hello, Diane. She's glad to be back together again. I am too. I missed you guys. I miss hanging out with you guys. I miss chatting and socializing, and then I definitely miss our creative time together. So I am glad to be back. Thank you. Hello, Debbie Henderson. Tracy. It's a beautiful day in the Midwest. She is in Iowa. Hello, Julie and DW. Carol K from Canada. She has missed listing. I have too. I'm so looking forward today to you guys. I'm very much looking forward to it. Hello, Sarah Creates. Gabby. Good morning, Gabby. Gabby, you guys, I have to tell you, Gabby will be on my glimmers list for next week. Gabby, I was one of the attendees at the event this past week when I was in Texas, and Gabby sent me the sweetest email yesterday. Gabby, I even showed Nick. I'm like, oh my gosh, Nick, you have to look at this. You have to read this. Just so nice and such a heartfelt email, and so just so complimentary, which I just so appreciate. And that just reminds us, if you think something, if you think about something, and if you think, you know, that person really did this, or you see someone at the store and you think they look really pretty in that lipstick color, whatever it is, just don't think it, verbalize it, because you never, ever, never know what it means to someone. So thank you, Gabby, and nice to have you here. All right, let's see who else. Hello, Marilee, nice to see you. Your 27th wedding anniversary, congratulations, that is amazing. A candlelight concert. I really want to go to one of those. I keep seeing them advertised here in Utah. So you're going to a Beatles one. That sounds amazing. Have fun and happy anniversary. Hello, Brenda. Nice to see you, Brenda. Brenda also, I saw this past weekend, right? Good morning, Sarah Foss from West LA, Ms. L. Justine, good morning, good morning. Scrapbook Sister. Marcia, hello, Marcia. You've been waiting for me. I've been waiting for you, Marcia. It has been a long time. I know it's been a really long time. I think the 9th of September was when we were together last, which is just too long. But just know me, this is what happens this time of year. Starting in usually August, sometimes September, October are always super heavy teaching and traveling, and then a little bit November. So we're in the home stretch. Hello, Mary C. Plans. Carrie Adams, Carrie. Also saw Carrie at the Crafting Through the Holidays event. Carrie, maybe I'll let you tell the group about your new tattoo, which I think is just the coolest thing. But yes, some of you, so Vicki today, and if you're already there, well, then you're not here. But some of you may be bouncing back and forth. Vicki is doing a class on our YouTube channel today with her Halloween collection, which is very exciting. So Carrie said she's bouncing back and forth. Michelle McCants, your first live. Michelle, welcome to you. We love our newbies. You guys know I love all of you, but always so fun to have new folks joining us. So Michelle, welcome to you. I have a feeling we may have some newbies today. Lots of new people met and introduced kind of our creative listings on our Saturday sessions last weekend when I was teaching in Texas. And then I also did a fun kind of Zoom last night with some friends from the Texas Planner Babes group. So if you are new, just welcome to you. So fun to have you here. And I think you'll find it's such a wonderful, welcoming community here that we have. So get ready for some fun. If you're live, get ready for some fun. And if you're not live and been around for a while, get ready for some fun because you know what's in store. If you are new, I would love it if you'd pop into the chat and say hello. Always just nice to know who's here. And then also lets other people that have been here a while welcome you to the group. Carol, oh yes, some decorations behind me. I didn't have a lot of this really quickly I put up this morning because I had not unpacked this yet. Well, I had unpacked, it was just in a big pile on my floor here in my craft room. But these were some things that I was teaching at a Halloween retreat, like I mentioned, in San Diego area last month. And so I pulled these out. The little bird collection from Target, right? The Target birds. Oh, we are a little crooked there. Target birds. And my friend Lizzie. You guys, if you don't know me, you know my penchant. Who says that? My love, how about that? My love penchant. Where did that even come? Where did that even come from? The word penchant in my head. I don't know. You know my love for candy corn, and so Lizzie gave me those two little hugging candy corns at her event, so that was fun. Oh my gosh, like I just am really messing us up here on the tilting. Anyhow, yeah, kind of fun to have. This is the only part of my house that's decorated. Just this room, and really not even this room, just the backdrop. So it's Halloween. Let's see. Good morning, Cindy. Nice to see you. Wendy McTurk. Wendy from Utah. Welcome, Wendy. Ann B from the East Coast in Tampa, sunny Tampa. Hello, Patricia. Margarita. Hello. Nice to see you. Colleen. Welcome. I'm one of our friends from Toronto. Patricia Harvey. Cute candy corn. Yes. Marcia said she is spinning. Is it her or is it Lael? So Marcia, I am also watching, and I am not spinning. So I watch so I can also see what's happening. That's probably on your end. The best thing to do is just pause for a second, let it kind of, what's that word? Let it, totally lost for words. Let it catch up. Let it buffer. And then it should be fine. And if that's not fine, close down your browser and then open it up again, and that usually takes care of it. Sarah says she's missed the live listing. I have too. Kelly loves my shirt, ruffles, and jeans. Thank you, Kelly. So this is the first time really that I've ever done this. After I taught in Texas Wednesday through Saturday, Vicki and I decided to extend our trip. Now, we extended it ahead of time. So we had planned to stay, stayed and played, which I travel a lot and teach, and I really have never done that. Extended my trip to stay and play. So had a ball, but did lots of shopping, as Vicki and I tend to do when we get together. So this was one of the little shirts that I purchased when we were together. And guess what? I'm very happy to say it's a medium. It's a medium. It makes me want to cry. It's a medium. Not too long ago, end of last year, XL. So I'm feeling very happy to be in a medium. And when you're shopping and you try on, well, I knew I wasn't in extra large, but when everything I start with is a large, and I'm like, this is too big. And then a medium, I'm like, this is great. I even bought a dress. I started with a large, no, then went to a medium, no, small. I bought a small. That just, yeah. So there'll be some glimmers about that. We're doing a glimmer list next week. There will be a glimmer about trying on clothes that don't fit in a good way. Yes. Thanks, Kelly. Hello, Nancy. Yes, long time no see. Kathy said, your favorite birds from Target. Yes. Oh my gosh. Now I'm going to have makeup running down my eyes. Yes, those little Target birds. Really quick side, there's going to be a lot of squirreling today, just so you know. Really quick side discussion on the birds from Target. I don't know. Target started doing those birds, I don't know how many years ago. And I basically pull these birds out, my Halloween ones. When I go teach at this event, I teach at a Halloween event every year, a small retreat. And so I've been collecting the little birds. And through people giving them to me at the retreat, and then a friend shopping for them for me at the retreat, I came home with like 5 or 6 more Halloween birds. This blew my mind. So I was looking for one and went online at Target, and it tells you how many have sold in the last, I can't remember if it's the last month or the last week. Well, you guys, some of these birds, like it said last week. Last week it sold 39,000, 45,000 birds. I mean, that's insane. And I'm like, why didn't I invent the birds? Can you imagine? You guys, if we invented the Target birds, how many tens of hundreds of thousands, because that was one bird, in a week or a month or whatever it was, are selling. Yeah, and they're like $5, so they're not expensive, but holy cow, it's one of those trends, maybe like the Beanie Babies trend, right, or the Labubus, I think they're called, one of those trends that seems to take off. That reminds me now, I need to make sure I have Labubus in my trends list for later this year. Anyhow, like I said, guys, just know there's going to be a lot of swirling. We'll get to the fun in a minute, but this is also a part of the fun, especially since we haven't seen each other in a long time. If we were together in person, we would probably spend the first hour just catching up and chit-chatting in little groups about what we've been doing and what's been going on and, trends and things like that. So it's like we're in person, but we're not. Yes, Debbie, thank you. Thumbs up. If you guys are watching live, I would love a thumbs up. That'd be wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Good morning, Deborah Peterson. Danelle, good morning from rainy North Texas. Maritza, good morning. S. Pradlin. New here, also a newbie. I love that from Texas. Yay! Our little group is going to be expanding. Well, it's always expanding, but I think we'll have some new ones with us from Texas. Not necessarily from Texas, but from the Texas event. All right, let's see. Good morning, Belinda from Louisiana. Maritza is in Las Vegas. Maritza, yes, I know that we have people from Las Vegas. Now, whether they're here or not, I don't know. Karen, good morning, Karen. Marcia said her son is getting married this Friday. Today, this listing is going to relax my mind. Which, let's all take a deep breath, because I know when I start chatting like that, sometimes the energy goes up a little bit. Let's just all take a deep breath, and whatever reason you're here, whether you're listing with us, so I'm trying to lower my voice so we hear a little bit more relaxed. Whether you're listing with us, whether you have me on in the background as you're cleaning your house or working on another crafty project, whether you're driving, whether you're working, whatever it is, just I hope whatever it is, whatever reason you're here, maybe it is giving you a little peace of mind and distraction from whatever else is happening in the world or in your life, okay? And then the voice will get raised again in a minute. And Marcia, congratulations to you. See, the excitement just went up because I'm excited for you, and the voice goes up. Good morning, Christy. Nice to see you. Cindy, happy birthday, my friend. Cindy is celebrating her 62nd birthday. Yay, Cindy. Deborah, you have Vicky on iPad and Lael on your iPhone. Love it, right? What a pair. What a pair. And amazing technology that we can be doing multiple things at once, right? Hello, Adriana. It's your first live. Welcome to you as well. Deborah, I have to read this. Deborah said, y'all, in real life, Lael is tall and she looks like a model. Okay, not for the model part, but I am always shocked and amazed how many people, when I meet them in person, they're like, oh my gosh, you're so tall. So I'm 5'9". I used to be 5'10", shrinking. But I'm 5'9", and so I don't know, people just think I'm short, I guess. And maybe part of the reason is, this is really tall. Maybe you think that this is maybe more like this level, but this is really tall behind me. But I don't know, shoulder, right? So anyhow, this is tall. I think this is probably, 5 feet here. So yes, I am taller than you would imagine. And Deborah, you're so sweet. You were so sweet that you said I looked like a model. I just appreciate that. That, again, a glimmer. You have no idea what that means to me. So again, that's just a reminder, friends. If you think something nice about someone, just say it. Even if you don't know them, even if they look at you like you have two heads, it's okay. It is okay to see someone at the airport and say, that red lipstick looks beautiful on you. I do that all the time, because when someone says something like that to me, I know how good it makes me feel. But also, I think you find when you pay someone a compliment like that and you see their response, it makes you feel good too. So it's kind of selfish. Good morning, Louisa. Nice to see you. Joy, good morning. Let's see. I know I'm way behind, friends. I am way behind. Nancy, I don't know if we've said hello yet. Sarah, but I just want to have a chance to say hello to everyone. Hello, Melissa. Oh, Melissa, so nice to see you, especially since I won't see you in a couple of weeks. I'm glad you're here with us. I'm glad you are here with us. People have been buying Melissa birds, and she has a flock. What a fun flock, right? Gabby's cleaning her room. Hello, Robin. Sarah said Texas was so fun. Can't wait to learn more about this new hobby. And that's a great segue, Sarah. That is a great segue. Oh, Lisa. Lisa, I also met. Nice to see you, Lisa. I love that we have so many new friends here with us. All right, and Ashley, hello. All right. So my friends, here we go. We already talked about housekeeping, that we're listing again next week, which will be the 25th. After that, we're not listing the next 2 weeks. And then we are listing all through the end of December, and I haven't done the schedule yet for the first quarter. So just know we're getting back to our regularly scheduled bat station, something like that, right? Anyhow, we're getting back to our regularly scheduled listing in the next couple of weeks. We have some giveaways. I don't even know. I totally missed the last time we were together in terms of going back and doing our after party giveaways. So that means I'm going to be giveaway happy today, right? So let's start with one right now. Let's start with one right now. Most of the giveaways I'll be doing today are going to be live giveaways. All right, live giveaways. So the way you participate in a live giveaway is through the little chit chat here. So if you're watching live, hop in the chat, say hello, say whatever you'd like to say, tell us where you're from, tell us what the weather is, I don't know, whatever you want to say, pop in the chat and say hello so I know you're here, and in a minute or two I will stop. I will scroll my finger up in the chat. Wherever my finger stops, that is the person that will win our first random giveaway. Well, the giveaway is not random, but the lucky winner will be random. Should we talk about what the giveaway is, the first one? So, first giveaway. 2 years ago, you guys, 2 years ago, this October, I said to Amy, Amy is my right hand, if you don't know. I said to Amy, hey Amy, you know what? I really would like to make some pouches to store our things in. And I think I'm always looking for something to store my things in. And if I have that need, I think other people in the paper crafting community probably also have that need. And so she went to work as she does. She's amazing. She sources all of my product. And she came back and said, I found a factory that will work with us. They are going to send us some prototypes so we know kind of what things feel like and look like, so we get feel for the quality. So we started that October 2 years ago. And in January, I believe it was January, we came out with our first craft storage pouch. And that one was this guy. It had a different zipper. It actually has changed a little bit, and you probably didn't even know it since then. But this is a 13 by 13, which is now really a 13 and a half by 13. We made them a little bit taller, our last order. So these guys have been around almost 2 years. And a very well-known manufacturer in the industry just announced to retailers last week that they are now doing the craft storage pouches, which is sad. But we're not going to be sad. We're going to be happy. And the first lucky winner is going to win. There are 5 of these now. You guys, I have 5 sizes of the craft storage pouch. Our first random lucky winner is going to win all 5 sizes, all right? There's a 14 by 14, a 13 by 13, a 9.5 by 12, a 7 by 11.5, and a 5.25 by 9.25. All right, so a nice assortment of the craft storage pouches. So our random lucky winner is, drum roll, stop. That one is going to Danelle Manchi. Danelle, yay Danelle. Danelle, you are the random lucky winner of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 craft storage pouches. So Danelle, and I have to write these down. Danelle, please do me a favor. Please, Danelle, Manchi, 5 pouches. Danelle, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com with subject line winner storage pouches, and then in the body of the email, please give us your name and shipping address, and the team will get those shipped off to you next week. Okay? So thank you guys for supporting me for the last 2 years with the craft storage pouches, because we love them. You guys love them. I love them, and we just want the community. We want the world to love them. So, and don't be sad if you didn't win yet, because I have more giveaways, and another one just might be another set of 5 craft storage pouches. All right. I'll also do an after party giveaway. So if you are watching the replay and not watching live, just know there's an opportunity for you to win as well by leaving a comment on the video when it's over. Thumbs up if you have not given ones up. One's up, two's up, thumbs up. Yeah, that'd be awesome. All right, my friends, scroll through all of that. You guys know I love to share. That's one of my love languages. I love to share. All right, so I think we are ready to start our listing. What do you guys say? I am going to flip the camera, turn off the overhead lights, turn in the lights, and we will be ready, okay? Let's see, who is that? Oh, that's funny, Amy. Amy, you're popping in as me. I'm like, what the heck? That's so weird. It just showed that I had it. Amy just popped in. Hold on. Oh, hold on, friends, just a sec. Apologies for the really fancy setup here. one of these days, I will be a grown up and get the right type of equipment. But, you know, in the meantime, it works. It works. Alrighty, right type of equipment, app, and all of that. So, oh, Amy retracted her message. She saw it was me. She was logged in as me. She'll probably come back and log in as herself. Normally, Amy is here joining us, but how dare she? She has a life. She has two bridal showers or baby showers, 2 showers to go to today. So we won't have her with us today, which we'll miss her, but she'll be with us again. All right, let's get us plugged in. Thank you for the reminder, Colleen. Let's get plugged in here. So we have lots of juice and power to last us through all of our listing. Okay, we shouldn't have any more wobbly camera. Now we should be good. We should be all set. So many things here to share and play with. Let's see. Oh yes, we're getting distracted already by some of the product I have here on my work surface, right? First list, I will be using products from Vicky's new Curiosities in Willow Grove collection. So very fun collection. I will actually do a What's New Wednesday this coming Wednesday. And we'll take a look at some new products, including this amazing new collection of hers. Hi, Amy. Yes, we miss you. Thank you for sending the sunshine from Arizona. And hopefully we'll see you next Saturday and maybe Wednesday too. I just threw that in there. Sarah, I love it. Being a grown-up is overrated. You know what? It is. And that's how you guys know, like, I'm a real person, right? You know, I'm just a real small business, woman-owned small business that, you know, I have to keep things a little, you know, raw. So we know that I'm a human too, right? I'm quickly going to have a sip of coffee because I need the coffee today, and then we'll be ready. All right? Okay, that was a gulp. That was a big gulp. Not a big gulp like 7-Eleven, but that was a large gulp. Amy, if you're still here, your box is here. It has not been opened yet, so just know I received it. This weekend it will get opened and I will email you. All right, my friends, so our first list of today, the first list that we're going to work on is a list, and I was actually thinking about this yesterday. All 3 lists that we're doing today, 2 specifically of the 3, are very well suited for people that maybe have never done creative listing with us before. One of the biggest questions that I get when I start talking to people about creative listing, they say, well, I would love to, but I don't know where to start. And I say, guess what? I've got you. There's a free class here on my YouTube channel about how to get started creative listing. So this first list is actually one of the lists that I suggest that you potentially start with if you're just getting started. And it is a list. It's called About Last Month. About Last Month. Lola's here. Hello, Lola. Lola was in our Zoom chat last night as I was chatting with the Texas Planner Babes. That was a lot of fun. Lola, I didn't even realize when you're like, okay, well, I know you've got a lot to do. We've been on for almost an hour and a half. I told you I can talk like nobody's business. So I'm glad that you very graciously said, hey, you know, let's kind of wrap it up. But you didn't say that. Anyhow. So our first list is called About Last Month. About Last Month is a list that I started doing 5 years ago. We have been creative listing now about 5.5 years, and it's one I started doing 5 years ago. For me, this list, About Last Month, is a very easy way for me to very quickly document what happened in a month. So basically what I do, I take some photos and I put them in my traveler's notebook. I write a run-on list. I do a little bit of stamping for my title, add some washi or icons or stickers, and I call it good. The nice thing about doing a list like this is that 5 years, more than 5 years, I have done this list. So it means 60 of these lists. I can go back to June of 2022 and look at my photos and look at my list and know exactly what was happening in my life that month. All right. So we usually do this at the start of a new month. Now we are halfway through October, more than halfway, but this is the first time that we've listed in October. So we're starting with this list. Okay. So we are going to, I'm opening up my little traveler's notebook here. My background. I don't know. My paper, I guess, of choice is a traveler's notebook. So I do all of my listing in a traveler's notebook. Some people will use a composition notebook. Some people do it in a planner. Some people do it really in whatever format that you'd like, right? Because the important part is doing it, not what you're using to do it, but that you are doing it. All right, so usually when I start out with this list, I always am starting out with my photos, but I need to kind of tweak it a little bit today, and you'll see why. So let me move these things because these things over here will be a little bit distracting. I have printed out a photo. Susan, there's Susan front and center. Nice to see you, Susan. Hello, Shannon. I love it. Shannon said, welcome back. I missed you. I've been watching reruns, which yes, you absolutely can watch the reruns. Michelle McCant said, I need to know more about the Texas Planner Babes group. Lola, if you are in, Lola, are you in the Lil by Mail Facebook group? And if you are not, is someone, no. Sorry, Christy. Okay, hold on. I need to correct that. Christy said, Lael, I'm confused. Does this mean you won't be selling the storage pouches anymore? Oh my gosh, blasphemous, Christy. Absolutely not. And if I led you to believe that, I apologize. I am 100% still doing the craft storage pouches. 1000%. You guys love them. I love them. So I didn't mean to imply that. I just meant that a company, a large company in our paper crafting industry decided to start making them under their own brand, which made me sad, but you know what? It is what it is. Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry that I implied that or led you to believe that. Absolutely not. I will not stop storing them. I will not stop selling them. Okay. Now let me rewind. If there is anyone in the Texas Planner Babes group that is in the Lael by Mail Facebook group, I would love it if you would pop into the Lael by Mail Facebook group, introduce yourself, and if you want to share a little bit of information about the Texas Planner Babes, which by the way, it's open to other people besides Texans. If you want to share information in the Lael by Mail Facebook group, I would love that. And I think there's some others here that would love it as well. All right. Again, apologies, but there's going to be lots of squirreling today. There'll be lots of squirreling. All right. So I have printed this photo. It is one photo. That is a 5x7 photo. I printed this photo out this morning using the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. That is my printer of choice. That is what I use to print, I'd say 98% of my photos. But it's a little deceiving when you look at it. When you see it here, you're like, oh yeah, that's a 5x7 piece of photo paper, right? But when I turn it to this side, you're like, whoa, Lael, hold on. That is 12 photos on a 5x7 photo. It is because I've used the Epson Creative Print app to do that. So the printer paired with the app can do some really cool things like this. There are pre-configured templates on the printer that let me pick a template and then access my camera roll and then add all those little photos to one 5x7 photo. So those of you that like your little tiny photos, maybe you're working in a planner or maybe you're working in a smaller format and you really would like to have little small photos, but you don't want to have to buy a small photo printer. Well, this is a great solution, right? You print something like that and then you cut out each of those individual little photos. All right. Kylie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that, Kylie. Kylie just shared with us that her mom passed on October 3rd. And she's so grateful that you shared lists with her and you have her answers in her handwriting. That, Kylie, I'm so very sorry that you lost your mom. But I am so happy for you that you did that exercise with your mom, that you listed with her, and that you had your mom in her own handwriting, like write the answers to your lists. You guys, so when we get together and list, I don't know, it feels like there's going to be lots of tears for me. I think I'm tired. I think I'm tired today. So you guys are really touching me. That part of what we do here is we play and we scratch our creative itch Somehow a format like this and making a list takes a lot of the pressure off in terms of being creative. So we definitely get to play and get our creativity in. But there's another thing that happens. What we do as we are making creative lists, we are telling our story. And some of you have involved others in your life in creative listing. Some of you involve your husbands or your kids or your grandkids. Kylie, the fact that you did this with your mom and you had your mom make the list in your own hand, in her own handwriting, you have a piece of her, right? You have a piece of her. So that just, again, I'm so sorry for the loss of your mom, but I'm so happy for you that you have that piece of her and that you did that with her and you took the opportunity to do that with her. It just makes me so happy for you. All right, Kylie, no tears. You started watching in 2020 when your dad passed and now your mom. You are the reason I kept moving forward. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Kylie. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Seriously, thank you. Shelly's mom passed in January and you miss her so much. You guys, we're kind of at that point of life, right? We're at that point of life where if you haven't been affected by a loved one, a parent that has passed yet, I think a lot of us are getting to that point, right? I don't feel like I'm old enough for that. I don't feel like I'm old enough to be dealing with those really difficult life moments. So hang in there, Kylie, hang in there, Shelly, hang in there. Anyone else that is, going through loss of a loved one or really anything that's really difficult right now, just hang in there and know that people love you and we're here for you. And then that's always such a difficult transition. I always joke and say I feel like Al Roker on the Today Show that, Savannah's reporting on a really heartfelt and devastating story. And then here's poor Al Roker that has to come along and talk about the beautiful sunshine in Florida. So, but he has to do it because that's his job. So I have to do it because we will move on and now we will go back to talking about listings. So just know that's a difficult transition for me, but it's a transition that we are just going to do together. Anyhow, so when I print a photo like this, sometimes I use the photo just like this. So if we go back to, let's see if I've got one over here. If we go back to this, so this is a case where I've used the photo like this, and it just goes right down on my list. In other cases, I might cut each of those photos out and work with them. But in some cases, I use this 5x7 and I make photo strips, like photo booth strips, right? We all remember the photo booths when we were kids. Sometimes you go to the mall and you'll see the photo booths now. But I make photo booth strips out of a photo like that. So all I do is I take out my little trimmer and I am trimming in between each of those strips. So these are photos from my September because this is about last month for the month of September. Whoops, I didn't quite get that up there, so let's fix that. Bink. All right, and then I will do it on this side as well. Okay. So now I have, instead of one 5x7 photo, I have, I don't know, those are about, let's see, how wide are those? Those, my little photo booth strips, are now about 1.5-ish by 7. All right. So next thing I am going to do is I'm going to use a piece of pattern paper on the right side of my spread. Now, normally I don't do that when we are doing our About Last Months. Bunch of photos here with a little French door. This one, some die cuts and stickers and washi. Normally I don't do a background paper, but today I'm doing a background paper and you will see why. Shortly. Okay, so I have pulled just a couple of different papers from Vicky's Curiosities in Willow Grove collection. All right. So these papers all just stuck out to me as being, I don't know, they definitely, I don't know, I was going to sound like an 85-year-old. I was 98-year-old. I was going to say tickled my fancy, but I don't know who I am today, coming up with these I saw these prints and I'm like, oh, I love them. How about that? Do I sound maybe more like a 50-year-old now instead of a 110-year-old? I loved all of these. And so I thought, okay, I'm going to use one of these as my background here. I actually need two patterns for what I'm working with. Everything double-sided. These are the 6x8 papers from her Curiosities in Willow Grove collection. So I need two. And I'm thinking maybe this one or, just good, I don't know, maybe this guy. Maybe this one. But I need one that coordinates with it. So this could go on the front or this could go on the front. I think I like this one. All right, I'm going to go with this. So as we start, and you'll see what I'm doing here in a second. This one I need to narrow down. It is too wide. It is 6x8. The Traveler's Notebook I use is standard wide. My Lail by Mail Traveler's Notebook inserts are standard wide, so they are 5x8.25. So if this is 6x8, the 8 is perfect. The height is perfect because that'll give me a little nice white border all the way around, but it is too wide. So I'm going to trim this to 4 3/4 wide, and that will give me a nice even white border all the way around. So as we look at this, let's just see. If we go to 4 3/4 right here, I have a lot over here, and I think that'll work. I was trying to decide if I wanted to take some off from each edge. Actually, now that I think about this, I think I'd better, because that is going to give me right here a whole bunch of blank space, even though what I'm putting there will pretty much cover it up. Let's do this. Let's just take, I don't know, let's take how about if we take 1/2 inch off over here, and then we will take, oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh well, it's fine. I just made more white space. Ding-a-ling. That's all right. There we go. There's my 4 3/4. There's my 4 3/4. So that will be the base of my page. Now I need to round the outer corners. I like to round my outer corners because the pages of my inserts are rounded. So we'll round the upper and lower right-hand corners. And that guy, once I outline it, will go down on the left side of my page. Or excuse me, right side of my spread. I was just checking to see if you were paying attention. All right. There we go. Oopsie. Let's go ahead and put this down. Get that nice and adhesived up. Shannon said the papers are beautiful. They are. Yes, they are stunning. So that is in that link I mentioned below in the description box of the video. You have oh yes, I think that will be pretty. You have a link to the What I'm Using page, and you will see all the products from Curiosities in Willow Grove on there. All right, so this morning as I was getting everything together, I could not find for the life of me, my camera stamp and my camera pocket die. They're here somewhere. I don't remember if I took them in one of my travels with me. So I am opening a new set. Here's the deal. Let's talk about our next giveaway. I am opening this new set. I am going to use it one time, and then I will give this brand new set, just stamped once, to another random lucky winner. All right. So these two were part of my September stamp and die release, the camera stamp and then the camera pocket die. So I'm going to use both of these today. All right. So let's get this guy out. Like seriously, no clue where they went. No clue. I'll clean it nicely for you though. Okay. Whoever the winner is, I'll clean it nicely. You guys, these have sold like crazy. I have already reordered the dies. I ordered a lot of dies to start with. I've already reordered the dies. They're still in stock, but reorder's coming. And I had sold out of the camera. The camera sold out almost right away, but it is, it's back in stock now too. So let's take a look at what color I think I might want to stamp that camera stamp with. I'm going to stamp on here. So what would show? You know what? that kind of looks like an aubergine, right? Now, I know there is not a distress oxide that is named aubergine. Aubergine, I think is French for eggplant. Eggplant, which I cannot eat. Eggplant sets my tongue on fire. So that's probably, I don't think we'll go with purple. So let's look in the brown family and see if we can find something there that we might want to use. I don't know. I think what I'm going to use, I will probably just end up, we'll go with black. We'll go with black. We'll keep it simple. Keep it simple. All right, now, I have not used this stamp set before, right? Just realized something. I need to, let me see if Nick is still here. Hang on, friends. Nick? All right. I have forgotten to wet my stamp chamois. So, give me a moment, please, and I will wet my stamped chamois really quick. Ooh, aged mahogany. Lisa, that might be a great one. All right, let me wet my stamped chamois and I'll come back. All right, I'm back. I didn't have to go too far. I need that in order to clean this. So, when I have a brand new stamp, you very much should be priming or conditioning your stamps before you use them for the first time. That is a very important part of the process when you get a brand new stamp. Most people don't know that. I didn't know that when I first started stamping. No one ever told me, hey, Lael, if you're going to use photopolymer stamps, I think it's probably the same for acrylic stamps, you really should be priming or conditioning them before you use them. Shannon, you can use the die with the Sizzix, absolutely. So you should prime them or condition them before you use them. This is the way I do it. I use an eraser, and I just gently go across the top of the entire stamp, all stamps on the stamp set, because it's easier just to do them all at once. If you're doing it, you might as well do them all at once, right? It's kind of like if you get new dishes, you don't wash one at a time. You go ahead and wash all the dishes first because you're going to use them at one point or the other. All right, so I am just gently erasing. The reason why you need to prime or condition your stamps before you use them is because there is a little bit of residue left over. There can be residue left over from the manufacturing process. So that residue, you can't see, you can't feel, you can't touch it or taste it or peel it off, but there's residue there. So it's a good idea to clean your stamp before you start using it. Prime or condition. So that's what I do. That's the way I do it. There is another free video here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through a number of different methods of priming or conditioning your stamps. It's also now in all of my stamp packaging, we made this change a couple months ago. So everything new as of a couple months ago. You have Stamp Care talking about cleaning them, and then also a QR code where you can scan the QR code and show you how to condition or prime your stamp. So you'll notice then I used a stamp chamois. You can use, whatever you have on hand to clean that off. I don't want to leave those little eraser tailings on there because that will affect how well the ink is going to stay on my stamp. And then you want to dry it. Really important that you dry their stamps thoroughly after cleaning before you stamp, because if there's any moisture on that stamp at all, depending on the ink that you're using, if the ink is water reactive, like your distress inks, the ink may react with the moisture or the water and then give you a different effect than maybe you were hoping for. All right, so I have now primed or conditioned that. I am picking that up on my stamping block, and I am going to now ink that up. Oh well. I know, I was going to think about aged mahogany, right? Totally lost that thought. All right. Ooh. Okay. Hold, please. We need to deal with that. We do not want that on there. That will create a giant mess. And it will I'll deal with the rest of that later. You can't even really tell though, because it looks like the granite that I have on here. However, that does need to be cleaned later. Now we better dry that. All right. So now that that's sat for a minute, we better ink it up again. Oh, and I also just noticed that I have a little bit of that ink pad hit the edge of my stamping block. All right, so I'm ready to stamp, but I am not going to stamp on my project yet. I want to test it first. I highly recommend that you test your stamp before you use it on your project. That will give you a feel for the amount of pressure. That will give you a feel for the ink. Do you like the ink color that you're using? Do you not like the ink color you're using? It will also help you to make sure that maybe you don't have a piece of lint or maybe cat hair on your stamped image, which would prevent the ink from sticking. So always test, always, always, always test first. But now we are going to ink that up again, and I got stuff on me again, and I am going to stamp. Now I'm actually going to stamp twice. The reason I am going to stamp twice is because, you know what, why not? If I stamp on here again, then later down the road, oopsie, all right, I'm going to stamp twice. So let's talk about what happened there. That is a pretty large stamp. One of the things that's important when you're stamping is to make sure that you get even pressure. That's what happened there. I did not apply even pressure all over on that stamp. That is why I did not get kind of stamped in that center part. So let's do that again. What I was saying initially was I would stamp twice because sometimes half the battle with stamping is getting all the things out, right? Sometimes if we think about, oh, Carol, yep, I'll be good there, Carol. I just won't have that. I'll have a little bit on the side. I'll explain in a minute what Carol is reminding me of. All right, let's make sure we've got our nice even stamping, nice even pressure in the center there. Now we're good. What am I doing? All right. Hang on. I'm going to just come in and fill that in. Maybe. Oh, Lordy. All right. Let's see if I can make this look right. Since I did the same thing again. Not enough pressure in the center there. So see what I'm doing? I'm just coming in with my black pen and fixing it. And no one is going to be any the wiser. We're not going to tell, right? No one is going to know. They're going to know. And then that's a little circle there. Right? Oh, one more. This needs to go right to there. Pretty good. I don't think anyone's going to know. Again, that was me not getting enough pressure there in the center. All right, but we don't need to spend more time doing that. Louisa, I do have a Misty. Generally, I don't pull the Misty out when I am doing a live like this because there's lots of questions about the Misty, and I don't want people to think they have to have a Misty to stamp. If you are saying to yourself, Layla, what's a Misty? Misty stands for most incredible stamping tool ever. Like seriously, that's really what it stands for. It is a stamping platform. So it lets you put the stamp on one side. Hang on. You put the stamp on one side here. You put whatever you're stamping on here. Ink up your stamp and then close. apply your nice pressure. When you open that up again, if I was using a Misty and that happened, all I would have to do is re-ink and stamp again because my stamp hasn't moved and whatever I was stamping on hasn't moved. So that is what a Misty is. If you do a lot of stamping, especially repetitive stamping, a Misty's a good investment. Absolutely. All right, so let's now, oopsie, we've got one more little crossbar here we've got to deal with. All right. So let's cut this guy out. What I was saying before that I was going to stamp more than once was that sometimes getting out your stamps and your inks and all that is half the battle, right? And so sometimes that prevents you from actually wanting to stamp because you don't want to get all your stuff out. So if I am stamping and I'm stamping with a stamp that I think I will use again, then it only makes sense to maybe stamp a couple and die a couple while I have everything out. All right, so now I'm going to bring in my, I've got a big old mass tangle of cords there. I'm bringing in my die cutting tool. This is, let's see, Ashley, hang on. When do you sew your traveler's notebook together at the spine? My about last month is falling apart, and do you have a class for this? Ashley, I do that after my entire insert is full. And yes, there is a class for that here on my YouTube channel. So I think it's like recovering your traveler's notebook insert or something, but you'll see it here. Let's see. I want to make sure I didn't miss any questions. All right. So what I'm going to do, I've pulled out my die cutting machine. The die cutting machine that I use, especially when I am traveling and doing demos. I took this with me last weekend when I was teaching in Texas. And I always use this one during my Saturday listing sessions because it's small, it's compact. This one is the Anna Griffin Empress Mini. So it is a small electronic die cutting machine. Basically, your die cutting machines are all the same, whether they are electronic or whether they're manual. Inside, you have some rollers, some really heavy rollers that roll your stack, your sandwich with your die through, and those rollers apply a lot of pressure and it actually cuts out your image. All right, so that's what we're going to do here. I am making a sandwich with my plates. Gabby said, would you say most of your dies fit in the Mini Impress? Gabby, all of my dies, all of my Layout by Mail dies fit into this machine because I create dies to use in Traveler's Notebook. So every die that we've ever made fits in this little machine. If you guys are in the market for a little machine, a die cut machine, I do have these on my website. All right, so what I'm going to do here, I am making my sandwich. If you've never used a die and you've never seen kind of a die in use, I'll kind of give you a quick run through. So we have a sandwich. If you think about going back to, I don't know, when you were 6 and your mom would make you a bologna sandwich, right? We're making a bologna sandwich. This is my bottom plate. This is my bottom plate. That would be my slice of Wonder Bread, right? So I start building my sandwich with Wonder Bread. And then I have my cutting mat. The cutting mats for this little machine, they are magnetic. So that is going to go down next. That is my bologna. We're making our bologna sandwich. Wonder Bread, next layer is the bologna. Next up is my Kraft single, my slice of Kraft single cheese, right? That is my stamped image. I'm going to put that on next. Now, when I was 6 years old eating a bologna sandwich, I did not put lettuce on my bologna sandwich, but we have another layer that we need to add, and that is the die itself. So we're pretending like this bologna sandwich has lettuce. I am taking my die. There's a flat side of my die, and there is a raised edge side of my die. The raised edge is what is going to cut my stamped image when it rolls through those heavy rollers. So I'm going to turn that face down. My little raised edge face down. And I am going to, now what Carol was saying is, Lael, make sure you leave enough room for the edges. I call them wings, right? So I kind of left room for the wings, but kind of not. I have a little part over here. I didn't leave enough room there, but it's okay. And I'm kind of a little bit over or shorter here, but it's also okay. You'll see what happens when we get done. So I'm going to move that around, make sure it's pretty even. I've got a nice little border everywhere around that die, and I need to actually move this up like this so my die does not hang off. Let's see. Then I'm going to add the top layer of my sandwich, which is my second piece of Wonder Bread or my second cutting plate there. All right, so there's my sandwich. I am going to turn on my machine and I'm going to put the sandwich through that little center section there. And if you listen carefully, you'll hear it as it cuts. You'll hear it go kunk, it kind of makes a noise. And because it's electronic, I just press run. Did you hear that? Kind of that loud noise. Turn it off, move it off to the side. Now, as I deconstruct my sandwich, pull my plate off, and there is my die cut camera, all right? So, as I fold the little wings over, those wings are not perforated, they're scored. So, I will do that. I will do that. So you can see it didn't matter that they were a little bit shorter. I'll fold that one under and fold this last little guy under. It's a little short, but it's okay. This is going to create a pocket. So now I have a camera that is a pocket. All right. So my little camera that is a pocket is going to go down right here. My photos are going to slide into that little pocket. But here's the thing. I want to do one more thing to this little camera before I adhere it. So I am going to grab a circle punch. This is a, not that one, that's 1 1/4. 1.5 inch circle punch. And I'm going to punch out the center of that camera. So we'll go like this. Let's see how I can get in there. How did I do this before? Oh, I'm gonna pull these up maybe. There we go. All right, so I'm going to, basically your 1.5 inch circle punch fits perfectly. I just punched out the center of that camera. Be careful, Leo, as you pull that back out, all right? So there's my pocket, but there's a little hole in the center of my pocket now. I pulled a couple of pieces that I thought would work out of one of Vicky's Curiosities in Willow Grove die cut assortment packs. And this is the pack that is foiled die cut assortment. So some of those pieces are foiled. These little guys have a little gold foil circle on them. These are acetate, or excuse me, these are vellum. There are also acetate pieces in there as well. So that little guy is also vellum, but here's an acetate piece. All right. So I thought it might be fun to take one of these circles and put it behind that little spot like that. And it just so happens to kind of fit perfectly. So if I did that, then I think maybe we'll use the green one. Let's see. We put the green one down. We could put the green one down, and then we'll a little bit see our photos through, but it will be kind of transparent, a little bit transparent. All right, so what we need to do is let's get our glue pen out first and glue around these edges here. Let's not do that on top of there, no, whoopsie. Glue around the edges so that little vellum piece has something to hold on to. And then once I get that on, I will clean around the edges or else it'll stick on me. All right, that looks pretty good. We have our little gold foil there, whoopsie. All right, we're going to let this dry for a bit. All right, so I'm just going to set it off to the side and I will let that dry. We'll work on this side for a little bit and then we'll come back to that. But that is the camera stamp and die. Now, as I mentioned, I could not for the life of me find where my camera stamp and die set is. So I ran downstairs this morning and grabbed a brand new set. And I just mentioned that someone would live win that set. So let me find the top of that. And then in a sec, I will do giveaway for that set in the chat. So if you haven't been chatting, now might be a good time to start chatting. And just remember, whoever wins this, it's been used once. So I didn't quite get it cleaned 100%, but I did use it once. And those are sold separately, so you can buy the stamp. You can buy the die, although it'd be kind of odd if you bought the die by itself because it would just really wouldn't look like anything. Or you can buy them as a bundle. Alrighty, let's get this in here and then let's see who is going to win that fun little set. And if you win the set and you don't have a die machine, just let me know and we'll substitute that die for something else. All right, friends, so let me write it down so I don't forget. The cam stamp and die is going to, another drum roll, Maureen Judge. Maureen, congratulations, Miss Maureen Judge. Maureen, you are the lucky winner of the stamp and die set. Maureen, congratulations. Please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, camera, stamp, and die set. And then in the body of your email, please put your name and address. And the team will get your prize shipped off to you this week. Now, don't be sad yet if you didn't win. I'll still do a couple more live giveaways. Okay, friends? All right. Hello, Heather Graham. You guys, another one I met in Texas, Heather Graham. That was so fun to meet so many of you. And put faces, right, with names. So I love that. Loved it. All right. Now, here's the thing about the chat. The chat tends to go very quickly when I do giveaways. All right. So if I missed a comment that you left that you would like me to see or respond to, just do me a favor and type it in again. And if you put it in all uppercase, it makes it a little bit easier for me to see at this point. All right, so now let's see. We're back to picking a neat color because I need to stamp my about last month over on this side. So let's see what we'd like to stamp. Sometimes when I use that die set, just camera stamp and die, I'll punch a circle in the center. Sometimes I won't punch a circle. I might put a sticker there or a die cut. If I punch a hole in the center, sometimes I will just leave the photos, kind of leave that hole punched and you kind of see a little peekaboo of the photos. Other times, if you have like clear acetate, maybe you have acetate that has a little bit of a pattern on it. That would also be fun to put behind there. All right, so let's see what color we'd like to use for our stamping. So for this, I will be stamping hang on. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. I will be stamping at some point here, right? I will be stamping the word or phrase about last month. And I need September. And I think I'll just do those two, right? About last month and September. All right, so let's put about last month up first. I have pulled out my 1x5 stamping block. For me, when I first started stamping, and it's been about 6 years ago, one of the things that I quickly learned is that if I can right size, pull this down a little bit more. If I can right size my stamping block to my stamp, basically, if I can use the smallest stamping block that fits the stamp, it's much easier to handle that way. If I am using like that stamping block that I just used, or maybe I have only this size stamping block. Totally fine, right? It will still work. It's just a little bit harder to maneuver and get a nice even impression the larger your stamping block is compared to the stamp. So I right size my stamps to my stamping blocks, or stamping blocks to my stamps. All right, so let's look and see. I will use 2 colors. About last month will be one color and September will be the other color. Now what's fun over here, I have lots of colors to play with. So I can tell you right now, the one I will probably use, because this is probably, if you said, Lael, what is the Distress Oxide ink color that you use most often? I would say that one, Fossilized Amber. I use this all of the time. Let's see, Ashley said, question, I know it's too soon for the 2026 About Last Month kit, but when will it go up for sale? Will it have exclusive Lael My Mail papers? Any hints you can give? I'm excited. Ashley, I'm excited too, because guess what? It's done. All the product has been designed. I already have the die cuts. So to answer your question, everything in the kit is exclusive Lael by Mail product, including the paper and including the die cuts, and then obviously including the stamp. So if you want to see a little sneak peek, let me see. I just walked over to the other side of the room for a minute. Are they over here? Are they? Nope, that's season pass. That is, okay, hold on. Maybe they're not over here. Oh, they are. Okay. All right. Look it. Here we go. It's year in review. So it is the 2026 year in review. It will go up on the website for sale in December. All right. Paper's designed, but hasn't been printed yet. So there are two die cut packs in the kit. One of these will be offered a la carte. One of them will not. Look at that. Year in review. Die cut icons, 117 pieces. Whoop, 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 whoop. And die cut titles and tags, 82 pieces. Yep. Okay, there's your little sneak peek. You guys know when you ask for sneak peeks, usually I'm very excited to share. Again, it's a squirrel day today. We're all over the board. Let's go back to picking our colors. Yes, very colorful. Yes. We've been working very hard on a lot of things for 2026 year in review. Season pass as a whole overhaul, which I think you guys will be excited about. Anyhow, lots of fun things. Oh, and wait till you see the November stamp and die release. Okay, let's go back to this. Fossilized Amber, and I think maybe this orange color. What do we say? Let's find an orange that will work. Spiced Marmalade. Ooh, Rusty Hinge. Spiced Marmalade, Rusty Hinge. I don't know. I think Rusty Hinge probably goes a little bit better, but I like Spiced Marmalade better. So we're going to go with Spiced Marmalade. What are you doing, Reg? What you doing, buddy? You just stay down there and we'll be good. All right. Now, I'm not sure which color I would like to be kind of primary and which one's secondary, but I need to test stamp anyway, right? We always do our test stamping. So let's look. I think we'll end up with light on top, just because if I put the darker color on top, I think it may be too heavy on top. So let's look at this guy. Getting that all inked up really well. Doing my test stamping here. Let's see. The nice thing about test stamping too is that I test stamp both of these and then I get a feel for how they would look together, right? I can test stamp one below the other. There we go. And that color, oh yes, it looks very nicely with that paper. So let's do that one, and let's do September. September, I will just grab another one of these so I don't have to clean that and take it off and then put it back on again. Okay, and then Spiced Marmalade. When I stamp, I stand. Well, actually, anytime I craft, I stand. Anytime I teach, I stand and I roam. But very specifically, when I am stamping, I stand. To me, that's a really important, that can make a huge difference when you are stamping. When you're sitting, you don't have a lot of leverage with your arms, okay? Stamping is all about leverage and range of motion. All right, so, oh yes, I like that combination together, and I think that will look beautiful with that, right? It looks like it was meant to go together. So stamping is all about leverage and range of motion. When I'm sitting, these are my little T-Rex arms. I don't have a lot of range of motion with my hands. Because I don't have a lot of range of motion, I don't have a lot of leverage. So I don't, in my opinion, have enough room to get kind of my arms up and down to get a really nice stamped impression. When you stand, totally different perspective. You have much more range of motion with your arms, giving you much more leverage, and I find I get a much nicer stamped impression when I do that. So, moral of the story. I suggest you stand when you are stamping, even if you normally don't stand when you craft. Trust me, go in the kitchen. If you don't have a counter height work surface, go in the kitchen, go in the bathroom, and test. See what happens. Sit down and stamp, stand up at the counter and stamp, and I guarantee you will notice a huge difference in your stamping. I am grabbing a pencil board. So pencil board gives me a nice flat surface to stamp or write on. So I slid that underneath my page, and I am going to go right here, get this a little bit closer to me. That looks pretty good, and stamp. Nice even pressure. Stephanie, Lael, it was so good to see you in Texas last weekend. I'm working on some of my projects today. I love that, Stephanie. Yes, and nice to see you as well. All right, so here we go. Nice even pressure, right? I'm not rocking the stamp. You don't want to rock the stamp. If you rock the stamp, you add undue pressure at the top and bottom of that stamped impression, so it tends to kind of blur things a little bit at the top and bottom. Nice, even pressure. There we go, about last month. So let's clean this little guy off very quickly and set him off to the side. Kate just gave us a nice reminder. Kate said there's far more people here than we are seeing thumbs up. So if you are still here and you would take a second and give thumbs up, that's super important, you guys. Thumbs up on anything that you're doing, whether it's Instagram or Facebook or a like, YouTube. That, believe it or not, is super helpful when you are a content creator. You know the algorithms, that's the 4-letter word that has more than 4 letters. The algorithms really wreak havoc with, letting people see what you want them to see or letting people see what they want to see. So the more you interact, either by leaving comments or participating in the chat or doing a thumbs up, the more likely it is that someone else, thanks to the algorithm, will see what you're watching. That just helps, spread the word so other people know how fabulous creative listing is. And that's just going to nestle right under my About Last Month title. And thanks, Kate, for the reminder. All right. Oh, look we just got like 12 more likes right away. Perfect. Thank you, friends. All right. Nice even pressure. There we go. About Last Month, September. All right. Clean this little guy off as well. Really good idea just to clean your stamps right after you use them. It's so much easier. Like if you leave your dinner dishes in the sink overnight, you have to apply a little elbow grease to get them clean the next day, right? Same thing with your stamps. Clean them right away. Put them away right away. If you take care of your stamps, they will take care of you and will last a really long time. Okay, so there is that. Now, let's see how we're doing over here. Are we dry over here? We are. Okay. Now, with that, I am going to, so that is still a little bit sticky there. I don't want that to be sticky, right? If it's sticky, my photos will stick, and if it's sticky, it will stick to the page, and we won't be able to get our photos in. So I'm trying to get rid of a little bit of that sticky just by, that is a 2-way glue pen. So when it is still a little bit blue, which it's still a little bit blue from what I can see, it is still a little bit sticky. 2-way, meaning it's kind of repositionable while it's still a little bit blue, and then once it totally dries, then the glue dries. But I'm thinking it has a little bit of, let's see, what if we do, maybe just some little strips here, just to make it so it's not going, things aren't going to stick. Now watch, that probably won't stick. We're sticking to unstick to stick to unstick again. Do that. I just don't want that to stick. And I kind of had to use that with that vellum. I didn't want to put, you know, a lot of glue around there, so we'll just get this little stuff stuck here. Oh, look what I can do. I can roll it away. I just need to make sure not to roll away the vellum, right? Let's get rid of that guy. No, I can't get, okay, Lil. If I get rid of that guy, it's going to be sticky. I think we're good. Yep. All right, so let's go ahead and get this guy ready to stick down. Get those things out of the way. Have a little bit more room to work with. All right, so now I am going to grab my double-sided tape. When you are working with something as interactive, and this is interactive, it's a pocket because we'll be putting things in and out of it, you want to use something a little bit sturdier than your regular adhesive. So I'm not using my tape runner here. I am using double-sided tape because that will make sure it sticks really well. Now, what I am going to have to do, because I did not leave myself enough room over here, so when I just go ahead and adhere that, let's just do this. Let's just close that little side of the pocket. And when I say close it, I'm just adding my adhesive there, and then I'll close it so we just won't see that. And it's okay because it's so narrow that I won't lose any part of the pocket because of that. Let me hold that down for a second. Let's see. Kathy said, starting my listing journey in January 2026. Love the year in review titles. Very good. Adriana, what's the stamp equivalent of these need to soak overnight? Do I have embossing powder bag? I do not. But you know what I do have? I have a powder tool. That would have worked too, absolutely. All right. Come on. That'll be good for now. All right, so we're going to peel off that little protective backing on our double-sided tape so we can create our pocket. So this is one of several pocket stamp and dies that I have. There's the library card stamp and die set. There is in the envelope stamp and die set. That's a cute little envelope. There are several more coming. I think 1, 2, 3, at least 3 that are already designed. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. All right. Hang on. My brain wasn't thinking there, right? Because clearly that is going to need to stick down. If I don't stick that down, then the pocket will open. Moral of that story is make sure when you're stamping, you leave yourself enough room on the paper for the wings on both sides. There we go. All right, so there's my little pocket all ready to go. Now, my photos will slide into that pocket. So what you'll see on my About Last Month list as I'm writing them, you will see things about what my photos are. And so I will talk about those as I get going. All right, so we can kind of just see a nice little bit of a see-through effect there. Sometimes I will either cut off or not print in the bottom spot. In fact, you know what? That's just a little picture of Reggie in my suitcases. Let's do this. Sometimes I will not print or cut off that bottom spot just so I have a little height variation in my little photos there, so kind of like that. All right, now we will come back in a minute and do a little bit of decorating on here, but let's come back to this. We need, I had just pulled out some die cuts, different die cuts from the collection from that Curiosities in Willow Grove. Ooh, that might be fun to do that right over there. The good stuff. I think we should do it. Back to our glue pen again. Your glue pens, especially when you're working with smaller die cuts, make life so much easier than if you were trying to do that with your tape runner. Paired with some tweezers. Let's put that right there, the good stuff. Okay. Now, I think, I said I was going to come back, but I think maybe what I'll do, maybe we'll put, ooh, we wouldn't really see that very well now, would we? Let that back up again really quickly. That, or maybe this one's better, right? Actually, they're both kind of, what if we do both of these? Yes, all right. Let's pull these. Get my glue pen behind there. And let's try to get those back down where we like them. This one needed to be a little bit lower, right? And then this guy, a little bit more up here. Move this guy around a little bit so we can still see it's a leaf. And there we go. All right. So now the leaf paper looks like it's stamped, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It for sure does. I'll pull that up so you can see. Also, the die cuts look like they're stamped, but yes, isn't that beautiful? All right, so now we're back over here. I need a little something to go right there. Sometimes I will stamp the month. So if I was doing that, I would stamp 09 right there. So 09, about last month, September. But I think what I will do is I think I will add a little die cut. So let's see, I have purple over here, right? This aubergine, and I don't really have anything like that over here. So it might be nice to pull. I already have the orange and the yellow, so it might be nice to pull that purple over a little bit. So I've got this little butterfly. What if we put that right there? I think that looks nice. I think this guy might be a little bit too large to go there. I really like that one better, but I think it is a little bit too large, and not that guy, because then it defeats the whole purpose of trying to get some of that aubergine in there. What if this guy goes there? It's okay if it jumps into the A a little bit, because we know that that says last, so we're not worried about that. Okay. There we go. And I think we are just about ready to start our listing. I am going to take my little black pen and just do a little underline here, just to kind of visually separate our title from my list. Now, you guys, this list every month always takes a long time when we are doing it together. The reason is there's a lot of talking. Well, there's always a lot of talking. But in this instance, there's a lot of kind of explaining about the concept of about last month. I think we will just do a little period right there. All right. But then also we did kind of different photos. We did a whole die cut stamping thing. So not every list takes this long. All right. Not every list takes this long, but this one is obviously taking longer. So I thought this might be kind of fun to put along the bottom. That is from the die cut pack. There was also this guy. Let's look. So I like that. However, there is no blue anywhere in here, so I won't use that. If it had that green instead, I would totally use it, because then it would kind of pull the green in over here, but we won't do that. That's another little piece. That would be fun. Oh, look how cool that is. There's gold foil right there. So it really looks like, do we want to do that there? Or do we want to do this here? You know, I think I like, let's see, that. All right, friends, it's time for a vote. Let's look. Hello, Debbie Flanagan. Nice to see you. You're over at Vicky's Halloween Flip Book. I love that you guys, there's a number of you, Debbie, that are doing that same thing. You guys are flip-flopping back and forth. I love it. All right. And Heather said about last month is her favorite way to recap. Same here. All right. Heather likes the ruler. DW likes the ruler. Carrie likes the ruler. Guess what? Ruler. Now you might say, oh, Lael, what are we going to do to adhere that? It is acetate. What are we going to do so we don't see it? And I say, oh, easy. We are going to, hold please, use glue dots. All right, we're going to use, everyone agrees on the ruler. Yes. Diane said, well, it appears I do not have a 1.5 inch punch. Let me give you an alternative suggestion, Diane. Let's see. If you have washi, and if the inside diameter of washi, let's see, and all washi is not the same. So let's look. You might have a roll of washi, like either one of those, where you could come in like this and draw a circle and then use an X-Acto knife or a craft knife to cut it out. Let's look at this one. Ooh, that is a standard roll of washi. So most rolls of washi have that diameter. So I'll show you what I mean. I would come in here and you could either use inside diameter or outside diameter, but let's do this. Now, I did not spend enough time making sure that that was even, but there's my little inside circle and I could come in and cut that. So if I didn't have a craft knife, I could just use like my little tiny scissors and come in here and cut that out. Now, if you don't have washi or your washi roll does not seem to be the right size, go to the kitchen, pull out a spice jar and see if one of your little spice jars maybe would be a circumference that would fit there. Again, I didn't center that. I did that way too quickly, but there you go. Quite messy, but that would work. All righty. Let's put the washies away and come back to the ruler. So we need to shorten the ruler. The ruler is too long. So let's cut that, I don't know, probably right about here. And then I will use my glue dots. Now, I won't use a lot, but my glue dots here are really tiny. If you are in need of glue dots, I have them as well on the website. Now, I wouldn't suggest doing this, what I'm about to tell you, in a traveler's notebook, but you could staple, right? If you have a little like Tim Holtz tiny attacher or even just a regular stapler, you could staple that. Now, again, I wouldn't do that in a traveler's notebook because it's going to cause you problems down the road. It's going to make a big old lumpy bumpy where you did that. It's also will show on the back side, but in some of our projects we can use a stapler. I am strategically placing my glue dots behind the numbers, so it will be you'll be less likely to see them. If you're working with acetate and you are using glue dots, if you can be strategic and kind of place your glue dots in an area where maybe they would be less visible, that's always a good hint, a good tip. And those glue dots are clear. We will kind of see them, but that's all right. See them a little bit. All right, so now we are ready for our list. So I need a bullet stamp. When I do my About Last Month lists, I basically do one giant run-on sentence, right? I am not concerned about how well this is worded. That's not part of what we do, at least what I do when I'm listing. I am basically just the facts, and I just write down whatever happened. Sam and I went to lunch at Feldman's. That's what we did. I didn't really expand upon that. Sam and Anna broke up. I didn't really expand upon that. All Day International Scrapbook Day listing celebration. So it takes a lot of the pressure off when we are listing like this. We don't feel like we have to, like I said, be Ernest Hemingway. So I'm just right. But I'm writing a run-on sentence, which means I need something in between each of the items on my list to separate them visually. That is when the bullets and more stamps come into play. Little tiny bullet stamps. I have bullets and more 2, and bullets and more 3. I think I will, in Bulletin More 2, there is a little leaf stamp. And I think a leaf stamp would be appropriate or apropos for this list. Let's grab our little leaf stamp right there. Now, earlier I was saying, if you can right size your stamping block to your stamp, it makes it much easier. This is a prime example of that. If this is the only stamping block I have, it will work. I can stamp with it, right? But that is way too big for that little stamp. It kind of is going to make it a little bit hard to get a nice, even stamped impression with a stamp that small. That's where this guy comes into play. This is a stamping stylus. That's one of my stamping blocks. So I think I have 5 or 6 different mail by mail stamping blocks. This one, I would say, is probably my most used one because I never stamp a bullet stamp without using this little guy. So the idea behind this, when you have a little teeny stamp, even if you have a little circular stamping block, it's a little bit harder to maneuver because it's so small. Well, this stamping stylus is really easy to maneuver because our hand is very familiar with that shape. We know what to do with that, right? We know what to do with this. So I take my little stamp and I place it at the end. Now, on your stamping stylus, there is a little sticker. That little sticker is there for a reason, besides telling you that it's a stamping stylus. That is a point of reference. When you have a stamp that has a direction to it, my leaf has a direction to it. If I line my stamp up in relation to where that little squirrel is, and I'm paying attention to where the squirrel is when I stamp, that stamp will always be in the exact same place, so it will look the same. If I'm not paying attention to how I line that up, or I'm not paying attention to where the squirrel is when I stamp, I'm going to have some living leaves, I'm going to have some dead leaves, you know what I mean by that, right? Because they're upside down. So let's just do this on here. Pay attention to where the squirrel is, and there we go. So every time my stamp is in the exact same position. I have living leaves. If I do that and I'm rotating that, then some of my leaves are falling, which is okay, but I would like, in this case, for all of my stamps to be facing the same direction. All right? And that is what I'm going to use. I'm going to use the orange. We'll keep it pretty plain as orange can be, I guess. All right, so now I will come right here. And there's my first little bullet. And guess what? I did not make a list of, usually in my workbook, I make a list of things going on my list. Did I do that? No. So I'm going to rely on my photos to help me remember. During the month of September, I finished designing. Oh, someone at the door. I don't know who that is. Finished designing my I am thankful class for the crafting through the holidays event. And then the next thing on my bulleted list. LBM September stamp and die release. So if you are new to Lael, I currently do stamp and die new product release generally every other month. And starting in 2026, it is moving to once a month. Would you consider putting a grid on future block releases? Carrie, yes, I certainly would. Absolutely. I can't do that on this guy. They cannot etch on a cylinder like this. We've asked. But I can absolutely do that on futures like this, right? So, similar textures. What? Why would we want textures on there? I'm confused, Karen. I know we would want a grid on there because the grid, like on the pencil board, that you could use it to line stamps up if you'd like. So Karen, explain what you meant by textures on there, like splotches, because that's not computing with my brain. All right, let's see. Sam, our younger son, my mom, and I flew to Seattle for Brandon and Dana's wedding. Nick couldn't go. He had one of his employees was retiring after like 40 some odd years, so he was in Portland, so he couldn't join us. Turned into a family reunion. Seriously, with the exception of my sister's husband and my husband, Nick, the entire side of my family was there, and not my uncle, but or my dad. But anyhow, my stepdad and his girlfriend, my step sister and step brothers. It was my stepsister's son that was getting married. So both three nephews and a niece. So it was step nephews and nieces. So it was fun. But we had a lot of fun. And we also got to spend some time with Jack, our older son, and Kat, his fiance, because they live there. So they went with us. And then my sister. Definitely always nice to see my sister. So there is me, my sister. Here is Sam and my mom and Jack, our older son. There is Sam with my sister's service dog. So Sam he had met Rocky before, but it's been a long time. So that was fun. All right. So next up, I flew to Burbank to teach at the Ready, Set, Create event. My 18th year teaching with Ginger. Ginger is the one who hosts the event. So this was, I think, the 11th year of Ready, Set, Create. I think 11. And then the event that she ran with someone else prior to that for 7 years. So 18 years in a row. And that is how I know some of you. Hello, Christine Davidson. Nice to see you. Christine is one of the amazingly talented designers on my design team. Christine, I hope you're feeling better. I did get your email yesterday. Beautiful layout. I am so far behind. I am so far behind in posting any of the design team things. So just know in the next few days. But nice to see you, friend. Yes. And that's how I know a number of you. I know Susan Scally was here, and that's how I know Susan. From years of teaching that event. So that is always so much fun. So much fun at that event. And I taught my first in-person class with both my postcards and passports collection and my Dear December collection. So that was very fun. So photos from there. And this is this kind of idea of creating pockets to put photos in. This is a great way just to add a lot more photos to a small space, right? So I could keep adding more photos and just tuck them into those pockets. So this is half of the people at the event. So the groups were split in half. Let's see if you can see that. So there's group photo from that event. Miss Susan Scally, a number of other ladies. Julie Fallon. Sometimes Julie is here in the group with us. And then Lori and, oh gosh, I just totally drew a blank. It'll come to me. But just some photos from the event, and there you go. That's my second strip of photos in there. Then I think I was home for, I don't know, was I home for a few days? Few days. Home for a few days. And then Vicky came to visit. Lots of working. We both worked while she was here, but you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Lots of working, laughing, chatting, eating, and of course, the shopping. Oh, hello, Reggie. Did you see that? Reggie decided to give us a little glimpse, right? Louisa said, Lael, I would love to go to Ready, Set, Create. Is there a website I can check it out for next year? Louisa, will you email me? Pardon me, Reggie. Will you shoot me an email and I will send you a link? I just updated yesterday. The page on my website has basically calendar, and that calendar has when new products are coming out next, and where I'm teaching. But I don't remember if I included a link for that one or not. So you know what I'll do, you guys? I will, let me just make a quick note here too. After update RSC link on calendar. Later this afternoon, if you go to laelbymail.com and click calendar, you will see the link there. So that event is already listed there, but I don't think I put the link there. So Louisa, you don't need to email me. Just anyone who's interested in really any teaching that I'm doing, any in-person events, when new products are coming out, both from me and other manufacturers that I know of from other manufacturers, you'll find that there on the catalog. All right, lots of eating, of course, the shopping. TJ Maxx, always. We hit, I think, 4 of them. And then it was funny. I went to return some things to a TJ Maxx, and I handed the guy a receipt, and he's like, oh, that's not the right receipt. And I think I had 4 or 5 different TJ Maxx receipts. And the guy probably thought I was crazy, because I'm like, is it this one? Is it this one? Is it this one? Anyhow. The last thing that we did while Vicky was here, we did, I took Vicky to the Alpine Loop to see the changing leaves. And then shopping and dinner in Midway. All right, so then that would be this strip. Vicky is an amazing photographer, especially when it comes to selfies. That is in my living room. There's a huge, giant kind of window, and the light was amazing. And so every time she's here, we always take a photo right there. That then turned into my new headshot. So thank you, Vicky. And then thank you, my graphic designer that took that photo and got Vicky out of it, and without making me look like half of my head was missing. Alpine Loop, one of our stops on the Alpine Loop, that is up that canyon is where Sundance Resort is, Robert Redford's ski resort and resort. We met Sam for dinner one night, and so there we are. And then there we are in Midway. All right, so there we go, friends. That is my About Last Month list for the month of September. That took quite a while. That took us almost 2 hours, right? Actually, we did a lot of talking too, but if I just sat down to do that list by myself, that would probably take me, I don't know, half an hour, especially if I already had the photos printed, half an hour tops. So not everything needs to take that long. I don't want you to say, oh, I don't want to do creative listing because it takes too long. It doesn't have to take long. And really, the whole point of it is to just get the stuff down. If you want to add photos, great. If you want to play and stamp and die cut and all of that, great. If not, just pull out a piece of paper, pull out a composition notebook or a spiral notebook or even a traveler's notebook and just write down what you did for the month. You won't regret it, right? You won't regret doing that. Like Kylie shared with us, she definitely didn't regret sitting down with her mom and introduce kind of listing to her mom and having her mom write the lists, because now that her mom is passed, she has a little piece of her mom that she wouldn't have otherwise. All right, there we go. That is our first list. Our second list is also a list. Hang on. Let's do a quick hydration break, okay, friends? I am going to take a quick little medicine here. I have got a little migraine coming on. I can feel it. So let me do that. And have that with some coffee, a little caffeine to boost that. If you have not hydrated recently, please hydrate. Really important, whether it's water, coffee, I don't know, whatever you want to hydrate with, just hydrate. It's a good idea to stay hydrated. And a big ol' drink of coffee and one more, okay? All right, move that off to the side and we are ready for our next list. So, at the beginning I mentioned that two of our lists today were list topics that I suggest to people when they are just starting out creative listing. This is a super easy one, right? It's an obvious starting point. You start at the end of a month or beginning of a new month. So if you're just starting out creative listing right now, you could absolutely pick the month of September and document your September. Our next list, as I get these things cleaned up, is, like I said, another list that I recommend people start with if they're just getting started and kind of stuck. And that one is called What a Day. What a Day. What a Day, I guess, would be kind of similar to About Last Month, but it's for a specific day. Oh, wait, where did that go? This one. I want this one. It is for a specific day, right? What a day. So you pick a day in a month and you make a list of what you did that day. What a Day we've been doing, I want to say, for about 2 years now. And it is another great list. Time capsule, right? Hang tight for a second. I need a little tray to put those on. A time capsule list. A lot of our documenting when we're listing, I call it time capsules, because when we have a list like What a Day, it's very specific to a certain point in our lives. If I was making a What a Day list when I was in high school, it'd be very different from my list today. Likewise in college, or when I just started out my career, or when I was a new mom, right? My day when I was a new mom would probably start at, I don't know, midnight feeding, 3 a.m. feeding, 6 a.m. feeding, So doing a list like What a Day is very representative of where you are in your life at the time. I say, and maybe Kylie, and I'm just going to keep using Kylie as an example. If Kylie's mother had been doing a What a Day list, she then has a time capsule of what any given day would be like in her mom's life. If I had a What a Day list that my mom did when she was 50, my grandma did when she was 40, wouldn't it be so cool to look back at one of those lists to get a feel for what their life was like back then, right? So that's how I look at What a Day list. At some point, someone in the future will look at my What a Day list and go, oh, wow, how interesting that
And what they're going to say is that, oh my God, she was batshit crazy.
Nick! Apologies for the swearing from my husband, the peanut gallery. He just strolled in.
That's not swearing.
You said the S word. That is swearing.
I said batshit.
Don't say it again. All right, friends. So anyhow, did you hear what he said? Yeah, so funny. Everyone's a comedian, right? Yeah, he is funny. He just strolled in. He was saying hi and was petting Reggie, and then you heard him. Yes, he likes to claim that I am bat. Fill in the 4-letter word that starts with an S and ends with a T. Crazy. Yes. If you know me in real life, not a lot of people see this side of me because it is not appropriate for my business. But I swear like a sailor, so it's not uncommon in our house that we say things like that, all in jest, of course. But I definitely make it a point not to swear in situations like this or when I'm teaching. So hopefully, if that is not something you like to hear, you are not offended. Real life, though. It's real life. Yep, real life. Nick comes in and swears for us. All right. Anyhow, back to what a day. Back to what a day. So when we look back, either through an idea book at our what a day lists, this was the idea book from 2024. This was the one that was released in March of this year. Just know that your idea books do not, they are not bound like this. This is what I have done to mine because it makes it easier to flip through as we're looking at things. But if we were to look at past what a days, some what a days are super simple. Not everything has to be totally involved and have stamping and die cutting, on them like this. So some are super simple. Some are 1 page and a little bit of pattern paper and then maybe a little sticker and I write my list, right? So that's how January and February were of last year when we did what a day. When we look at going a little bit further, sometimes my what a day lists are 2 pages. So like this one in May. Right before I did this list, somebody had asked, Lael, what do you do when you only have enough content for a 1-page list, but you really want to do 2 pages? And I said, you know what? I'll show you in our next Saturday listing session. So here, I did a 2-page list, really only enough content for 1 day, but then I added a little quote and did a little bit of decorating on the opposite page. So some of your lists can be 1, some can be 2. If you want to go 2, just find something to put on the opposite page. Here, I did a little stamping with a really fun icon from one of Vicky's collections and did a little rating of the day. All right, so, but what is common about the what a day list for me is just remembered. We are working way ahead of time, friends. My designer it's sitting right over here. So maybe I'll show you another little sneak peek of something. My designer just did a whole revamp on the design of the idea book. So for 2026, our idea book with 2025 lists, whole different redesign. So she's already been working on it. Let's see. Look. I mean, it's hard to see when it's like this, but anyhow, very excited about that too. There's so much we've got going on. I can't even tell you. My head is spinning. All right. Squirrel moment. What I was saying is one of the things that is common across my what a day list is the stamp set that I use. And that is the what a day stamp set. So what a day stamp set. And it's so awesome. She came to me, my graphic designer, and said, hey, listen, I've been thinking, what would you think about doing a total redesign of your idea book? And I'm like, ooh, like, what do you have in mind? And she said, well, let me loose on it and I'll come back to you. So in between other projects, she'd been working on a redesign of the idea book and just came to me yesterday with the first draft. Now, the first draft is only partially done because we're not done with 2025 yet, right? We're still listing, but the format, everything, it's lovely, it's wonderful, and it still has the same content, right? It still has all of our lists with the hyperlinks and things, but a totally new look and feel, which is fun. She did not design the past 3. So, yes, can't wait to show you that when it is time. Nancy Mars, so fun to see you, Nancy. I think it was Nancy that I think posted in the Facebook group. Nancy, correct me if I am wrong. But she said, you know what? It has been so long since I've listed. She said, I'm just going to jump back in like I'm just starting. Was that you, Nancy? I think. And she said, I can't wait to get started again. Love it. Love that you're joining us. So what is common is the What a Day stamp set. What a Day stamp set has all of your months. It has numbers for your date of the month. It has these little things. I always forget what these things are called. They do have a name. The TH, the RD, the ND, the ST. There's a little days of the week. And then there's some handwritten words and then rating and then some other words and phrases that you can add. So this will be a 2-page list. It just so happens, yes, it was you. Welcome back, Nancy. Nice to have you. So with this, it just so happens this is going to be a 2-page list. It is also going to include a photo. Most of my what a day lists do not include photos. Just because they don't. If I wanted to, I could do something like this. I could take photos of different things throughout the day, and that could be my photo for what a day. But in this case, I'm using a single photo. Now, when I do what a day, I like to mix like regular, everyday, plain, boring days because I think that's important to have your boring everydays on there because that gives a real picture of what life is like. But I also sometimes like to do days when I'm traveling. So this particular list is a day that I was traveling, that I was out of town. I mentioned that last week I was in Texas teaching at the Crafting Through the Holidays event. And then Vicki and I stayed. We extended our stay. And one of the ladies who Vicki and I have known for years, Katrina, lives in that general area. Katrina and then one of her friends, Brenda, that was also at the event, kind of took us under their wing for, Katrina had us the whole time because we were staying at her house. But Katrina and Brenda took us under their wing Sunday and Monday, and we went exploring. We went to Waco, where Chip and Joanna Gaines originated Magnolia. We did that. But on the way there, we took a detour and went to Round Top, Texas. Round Top has been on my bucket list, and I didn't know we were going there. We start getting close, and I start seeing signs for Round Top, and I'm like, oh my gosh, are we going to Round Top? Oh my gosh. I was so excited. Round Top, I think once a year, maybe a couple times a year, does a huge antiquing event, like huge, like tens of thousands of people go. And I've just known about it years ago. It was in a lot of different magazines, and then HGTV. There is a store there called the Junk Gypsies, and that was been on HGTV. So we just kind of drove through Round Top. We were maybe there an hour, and we stopped at the Junk Gypsy store and did a little shopping. So this photo was taken. Vicki took this of me in a little area that was set up at the Junk Gypsy store outside of the store in Round Top. And that is that. So I thought that would be so fun. I am for What a Day. My What a Day is for October 12th, and I am making a list of what I did on October 12th. Isn't that really cool setup? And that little fun setup, and you walked inside this little building, I guess, shack, whatever it is, and there were metal wings in there. So that's the photo I'm using. That is a full Traveler's Notebook size photo. It is 5 inches wide by 8.25 tall. So that will definitely make an impact in my spread. I used an app called WeatherShot. The WeatherShot app lets you do things like this. You pull up the app and you pull up your photo, and it puts the location and date and time and temperature and sunrise, sunset stamp on your photo so that when you print it out, it has that. All right, so that is going to be I think I will make that the left side of my page. Now, I need to narrow this down a little bit. As I mentioned, that is a 5 by 8.25 photo. It's a little bit too wide. And you might say, Lael, but why is it too wide? Because you said your standard wide inserts are 5 by 8.25. They are. You lose a couple of millimeters from the stapling in the center of the insert. So I need to just narrow that down a little bit. Not too much though, because I have text on both sides there. That app again is called WeatherShot. There used to be, I don't know if there's still, there might be a free version of that app, WeatherShot. I use it so often that I pay for it. Oopsie, I keep somehow, hold on. I've got gunk up in here. So, no, that's also washi. There's a reason washi's there. I'll tell you that another day. I think that's what's happening. Ooh, yeesh. Yeah, you need to clean out that part of your trimmer every so often. It just didn't, twice now, it didn't kind of get that top part. So, all right, let's see. Are we narrow enough yet? We narrow enough. So if you like to include photos in your lists, you absolutely can. And if you don't like to include photos because you don't have the perfect photo or you don't have a photo, maybe you want to start doing about last month, but you weren't taking pictures. You don't have to include photos in your list. I'd say probably more often than not, my lists don't have photos, but sometimes it's fun to incorporate them. I would never want you not to do what we're doing. I would never want you to not get started creative listing or make a list because you don't have the right photo, right? So that should never hold you back. All right, so here we go. Now I need to pull out my, I'm pulling out my double-sided tape because when you start getting a little deep into your traveler's notebook, you'll start to get a little bit of lift right here. So, and won't be too bad yet, but something like this, I do want to add some strong adhesive along that edge so that I can, so it doesn't lift, gravity. Gabby said, did you try the Mexican restaurant mentioned? Gabby, no. You know why? Because I didn't know where Katrina lived and we were staying with her. She's in a city called Cyprus, which is about an hour away from Conroe. So we did not try it. Now, Nick and I will be in Conroe, Texas again in April of 2026 because Little Craft Fest will be happening again there. So it is on my list for us to go when we're there, because then we'll have a car and I won't be relying on someone else for that. But no, I'm very excited to try that restaurant. Absolutely. It's funny, we ran into Gabby and her friends. Gabby was at the same event. Ran into Gabby and her friends on Sunday at Buc-ee's in the area. And then when we got to Waco, we were eating at a barbecue restaurant and ran into 4 other ladies that were also at the event. And then the next day, we also ran into them again at Magnolia Table, which is a Chip and Joanna Gaines restaurant in Waco. So it was funny. And then, of course, we saw them all over the silos and, that whole shopping area in Waco. That was a lot of fun. That was definitely on my bucket list also. So I got 2 bucket list things checked off on that trip, Brown Top and Waco. All right, so what I just did here as I was talking, you'll notice I did not reveal all of the sticky. I only revealed a little bit of it. When you are working with double-sided tape like this, the nice thing about it is that it's super sticky. The not so nice thing about it is that it's super sticky. So what I mean by that is you basically have one shot to get it straight. Because it's so sticky, if you put it down and it's crooked, good luck. You can't remove it because it will rip everything. So if you only reveal a little bit of the sticky, that gives you some wiggle room. All right, so I'm going to, right-handed, it's easier for me to do. So I am turning both my photo over and my insert. And I only have a little bit of sticky revealed. That gives me wiggle room where I can move this around until I get it where I want it to be, until it is even-ish. Whoopsie. Not yet. Eek. Move it a little bit more this way. Or better over here. All right, so now I press down on the part where the sticky had been revealed, and then I just pull those little tabs out now. And that will give me a nice, straight, and secure. It's really this area that I'm worried about because, like I said, the deeper you get in, the more whatever you have adhered here tends to want to lift. So we're good. All right. So now when it comes to this side, I will be using another fall collection. So Curiosities in Willow Grove, right? We pulled some kind of fall out of that. But I will be using another fall collection for this one. And this one is Autumn Archives, Kelly Bangs collection with Spellbinders. So let's come in here. Let's get, let me see. This paper only comes in 12 by 12. So a bunch of this paper I had already cut down when I used it before. So let's see. Okay. This would be fun, right? And we're not going to see a lot of it because I'll put my list on top of this with white cardstock. Let's see what else we have. Definitely not that, not that. That would be cute. I don't know. I mean, this seems like the logical choice, right? Scrapbook Sister, do you have to sign up for Little Craft Fest? So let's talk about Little Craft Fest for a second. Little Craft Fest 2026 will be the second year. It is scheduled for April. It takes place in Conroe, Texas. It is put on by a local store there, Little Craft Place. They sell tickets, so you need to purchase a ticket. It is a two or 3 day event. I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 days. So you purchase a ticket for the vendor area. Last year, I think there were 200 vendors maybe. There were more than 2,000 tickets sold. So shopping, and then there are also workshops. The workshops are separate. You don't have a ticket. You don't have to have a ticket to the vendor area to take a workshop, but you do have to have a ticket for the workshop. So I believe their website is already set up again, but they haven't. If you go to littlecraftplace.com, you should see a little bit of information about it. But I don't believe they have the website yet set up for 2026 as far as vendors and workshops yet. All right. Yes, it was a lot of fun. DW, do we purchase from you or the store? The tickets for Little Craft Place, DW, if that's what you're asking, you purchase through that event, Little Craft Fest. You purchase tickets to the event and tickets to workshops through the event. All right, so I know you guys are saying you love the plaid. I love the plaid too, but the plaid is safe, right? The plaid is safe. Yeah, you can purchase the tickets online, but they haven't gone up for sale yet on their website. The plaid is safe, right? This is, I don't know, that's just fun. Let's just see, all right? Let's see. We need a little bit of white cardstock because I will be making my list on white cardstock. So let's grab that out. So when I put the white cardstock down, well, let's go back to the plaid, right? That's it. That's a no-brainer. It needs to be the plaid. I will still use this because I love this, but maybe we'll be able to pull in a little bit of the flowers from some of the die cuts. All right, so let's get this plaid trimmed down to, it's already 6 because I had already trimmed it to 6 by 8 from the 12 by 12. So we'll trim this to 4 3/4. I trimmed to 4 3/4 because that gives me a nice white border all around on my page, right? So we will have that like that. And let's round those 2 outside corners. What did I do? Oh, put that in the wrong place. I know. Oh, and Patricia likes the flowers. I know. I like the flowers too, but you know what? We'll pick up the flowers in the die cuts because it tends to go a little bit better, even though I like the flowers. All right. I know, adore the floral. Julie adores the floral. Yeah, the collection is really nice. If you haven't taken a look at the collection, you'll find that one on the website, on my website. And like I mentioned before, if you click the what I'm using link in the description box of the video, you will find that. That'll give you a little bit of a feel. That is chipboard, but really, really, really thin chipboard. So almost like maybe 2 or 3, almost like you were stacking like 2 or 3 die cuts on top of one another. But I'll either use, I don't know, that will be really large. So I don't know, we'll see what we use. But we're not going to worry about that yet. We're going to get our list ready. We're going to get our little list ready. So I don't need to show as much of the pattern paper here just because, you know, it's plaid. So that is white. That is a smooth white cardstock. That's a Nina Bright White. I find that with your stamping, because I am stamping on here, right? Your stamping has just as much to do with the paper as it does anything else. Hello, Becky Moore. Nice to see you, friend. The paper that you are stamping on has just as much to do, if not more, as the stamp and or the ink that you're using. The paper makes a huge difference. If you've got good quality paper, it just betters your chances of having a nice stamped impression. If you are using less expensive paper, you can tell that's one of my boo-boos. Doesn't matter, wrong size. And so I just use the other side. But paper makes a big difference. Texture, if you are stamping on a paper that has texture, good luck. And what I mean by that is, if it has texture, your stamped image will get a little bit funky because it has texture. A little bit harder to stamp when you're not stamping on a flat surface, right? A smooth surface, I should say. All right, let's just erase that. So that size, and I always just eyeball it, but it always ends up being almost dead on every time. So that is 3 3/4, and that's probably 7. In fact, I know it's 7 because, let's just double check. 3 3/4 by 7. Isn't that crazy? That eyeball, it always ends up being that. All right. So if you're wondering what size I just layered on there, 3 3/4 by 7. So now let's take a look at our ink colors because I need to do 2 things with ink here. I have a feeling we're probably going to just go with the orange, Rusty Hinge or Spice Marmalade. Before I pick that, let's take a look at, let me find the die cuts in here because if I think I want to use, where would the die, oh, here we go. If I think I want to use a flower from the die cuts, let's see if I still have one in here. Let's see why I have it in that big giant container. A flower, then we might pull a little bit of color from that. This Day Like This, that's one of the die cuts from Vicky's collection that we were just using, Curiosities in Willow Grove. So I thought that might be fun to use on a What a Day. Ooh, all right, there we go. I think we look no further. Well, as I start looking further, but I think that is going to be, oh, there's one that's a little bit smaller. I don't know. I feel like we need that big old honkin' flower there. That's what that space calls for to me. So we will look no further and I will put all these away. Oh gosh. All right. Although we might, I better not put these away yet because we might end up needing some little something or other. All right. Diane, my stamping has improved so much since I started using a very firm surface to stamp on, right? And I always joke, don't stamp on the bed, right? I mean, we can visualize that. You want to have a nice solid surface. And I bring that up more. Sometimes you guys go to crops or where you're working on some kind of folding table. That's not necessarily the best surface to stamp on because it has a little bit of a give. So nice solid surface, but then also having your pencil board. Pencil board like I used back here underneath that gave me a nice solid surface to stamp on. That is what I slid underneath my pages. Diane said, I thought I was the only one to say big ol' honkin'. Big ol' honkin'. Yep, you're not the only one, Diane. So let's look, now that we're using that, do we want, maybe, I don't know, I think we're gonna go with Rusty Hinge. We're gonna go with a little bit darker one there. So let's grab Rusty Hinge out. Rusty Hinge. It's interesting, I have all of my inks, my back is to you, so apologies for a second. I have all of my inks sorted, organized by color. So kind of Roy G. Biv, right? In the order of the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, and so forth. So Rusty Hinge, stamped, swatched, falls in the oranges. That is a perfect example of why you should swatch your inks. I never would have used Rusty Hinge here. It's brown, right? I would be like, oh yeah, no, that doesn't work. But when I see it swatched and when I'm looking through all of my ink colors to see what ink I'd like to use, Rusty Hinge, it was it, without question, right? So a little bit of time spent swatching your inks will be time paid off down the road, right? I never would have picked this one if I hadn't swatched it. Okay, so now let's get my little stamp one little plastic stamp stand out. What did I do with that? Oh, here it is. All right. So these stamps that I need to pull out from What a Day. This is the 12th, right? The day that I am documenting is the 12th. So there's my 1. Here is my 2, 1 and 2. And then the 12th, that is a, oh no. Oh, okay. Ooh, I thought for a minute that I was missing the TH. It just stuck to the sheet. Oh gosh, I was about ready to panic for a minute. Well, I don't know. We're crafting. What kind of panic can it be? I didn't like poke my finger and blood is everywhere, so can't panic too much. 12th, and this would be October. So I will pull October. And then I would like to pull the little days of the week stamp, and I will circle that was Sunday. So what else do I need? Let's see. I've got so much now spread around everywhere. I did realize that I totally skipped September. I did not do a What a Day in September, so oh well. Usually I try to do What a Day every month. There we go. So I've got the month. Okay, I have what I need. Let's just put that over to the side so I can kind of reference that if needed. Now, Rusty Hinge. This is pretty white, right? It's pretty stark. It's like, ooh, Leo, there's a little bit of white here that's just really stark. So I am going to mixed media. Well, you really can't call it mixed media, but I call it mixed media. This is about as mixed media as I get, friends. I'm going to ink the edges. And is Rusty Hinge. All right. I'm going to ink the edges. So I have, hi Debbie, nice to see you. I have my little ink blending tool here. Ink blending tool. And I have my little foam blending heads, all right? This is how I sort, store, organize, swatch my little foam blending heads, all right? So this is one of my products that I have added to. So the product itself, the ink blending foam storage tool, storage kit, something like that, is the box itself. When you open it up, it comes with 2 sheets. And the sheets, you can choose when you're ordering what type of ink you have, whether it's Distress Oxide, Distress Ink, Gina K, Stampin' Up, Stamp Market, Ranger. There's a whole bunch of different options for you to pick from. So it includes 2 sheets. 2 sheets because you have a sheet there and you have a sheet on the other side. So your little box like this holds up to 40 of your little heads. It also includes 40 of your little Velcro pieces, and it's the Velcro pieces that hold your little foam heads on. So let's find Rusty Hinge, going to the back side. Also includes your 40 little circles. So there is a video with this product that shows you how to do all of this. None of it's already done for you. Nothing is, the circles aren't stamped with your color or labeled or anything, but the whole idea is you swatch your little circle. You write the name of the ink on your circle. You also swatch or stamp right there and write the name there. So you are storing and organizing all of your little foam heads for your little foam blending tool. Now, you can do a lot of with these foam blending tools. They're meant to like blend your inks, especially if you're using a blendable ink like a Distress Oxide. You can blend kind of 2 inks together so it kind of looks a little bit ombre-y. That's not what I use them for. I use them, mixed media, to ink the edges of my white cardstock. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. Now, you might say, Lael, why do I need all of those little heads? Why do I need a head for each color? Well, you need a head for each color because, number one, if you are using the same head for mustard seed and crushed olive, then you are going to get a blend of mustard seed and crushed olive. It will not be the color that you want unless you specifically wanted to blend. But the other reason why you want to have your individual, unique little heads is because you don't want to cross-contaminate them. Cross-contaminating, even if they're the same color, even if you are using Distress Oxide Rusty Hinge and Distress Ink Rusty Hinge, you do not want to use the same head for both. The reason you don't want to use the same head for both is that those inks have different properties. Distress ink is a dye-based ink. Distress oxide is a pigment-based ink. So they have different properties. If you cross-contaminate your head, even though it's the same color, with the different type, dye-based versus pigment-based ink, those properties will start to go out the window. Some are blendable. Pigment-based inks generally are blendable. Dye-based inks are not because they dry faster. So if you cross-contaminate, you may be wanting to blend with your Rusty Hinge Distressed Oxide, but you can't because you've cross-contaminated with your dye-based ink, a distressed ink. All right, so all of that is a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, other than to say your inks have different properties and you don't want to cross-contaminate. And this is a great way to store those little guys. All right, let's get that little guy back in there, and let's grab that wipey that I had before that's now dry and just get some of that ink off of my hands. So I joked, but really I'm not. If you know me or you don't know me, I do not do mixed media. That is my friend Vicky's expertise. It is not Lael's expertise. So this is what I use ink for. I use ink for stamping and I use ink for decorating the edges. But now look at that. That is, it just kind of softens that whole white up a little bit, right? So if we see it that, well, we can't see it that way. If we see it this way, it's pretty stark, right? Sitting on there, it's pretty stark. But if I put that on there, it just, you know, it just kind of gives it a nice, kind of helps it to blend in a little bit. Oh, we need to put this back there. All right. So next thing I do, because, you know, I do this to everything, I have to come in with my little black pen and do my little outline here. It's probably a 20-year habit. A 20-year addiction. I outline everything I do. It's to the point anymore where if I don't do it, it just looks raw. It looks like something's missing. So it just helps to kind of frame it, right? There we go. And then I will end up probably outlining this, but we'll get there. I am going to work off the page. What I mean by off the page is when I did this one, I was just stamping directly on the page. Over here, if I work off the page, it gives me a flat surface to stamp on. And I can do that because I am working with this. If I was stamping directly on the page, I couldn't do this. But sometimes it's a little bit easier to do that. So that is what I'm doing here. Let's see. Becky said that's a very cool storage system for the home foam heads. It is. It is. And that is Amy's brainchild. Not long after Amy started working for me, she said, hey, I've got this really awesome idea, storage solution. And she told me, I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, let's run with it. All right, let's see. Kate said, if only my bank account supported my wish list, right? I know. But Kate brings up a good point, as does Carol. You guys, as does Carol, yes. On my website, every product on my website, whether it's a Lael by Mail or another manufacturer, you'll see a little button that says add to wish list. So as long as you're logged in to your account on the website, you can have a wish list. So you just add to wish list for each of the products you want to add to your wish list. So it's kind of nice. That helps you kind of remember what you had your eye on. But the other thing that's nice is that you can email it to someone. So next time your kids or partner or friends, family, whoever it is, your cat, I don't know, maybe your cat likes to give you gifts, says, hey, you're super hard to shop for. What can I buy you? What do you want for Christmas? What do you want for Mother's Day? What do you want for your birthday? You say, oh, let me forward you a link. So others can, help you with your wish list. All right, so here we go. I think we'd better put that big old hunkin' flower. What did I do with it? Our big old hunkin' flower needs to go down. Oh no. Uh-oh. Where did it go? There are things on the floor, but that one is not on the floor. Oh, here it is. All right, so this we want to put right down there at the bottom. It's just, that's calling for it. So if you joined us after I had started this list, we are working on our monthly What a Day list, where we just kind of recap what we did in a particular day. Now, look at this guy. Do you see all of the mint there? And the mint balloons that are over here, it's like this collection was designed for that little photo booth thing. There is also a little disco ball up there. All right, so now we are ready to do our stamping. The first thing I stamp is October. So let's get our little stamping block for that. And you will notice I am not pulling in this stamping block. That was a stamping block that I used before because it is too big. Right size your stamps to your stamping block, or your stamping block to your stamps. Let me say that the other way. Because you will find you will get a much better experience, a much better stamping experience. And for lots of us, and I was this way too. Years ago when I first started stamping, I was afraid to stamp. I didn't know what I was doing. And I would mess things up. And then I'd be sad because I didn't want to mess things up, right? Nobody wants to mess something up. So, if you use some of the techniques that we've talked about, primary conditioning your stamps first, testing first, stand when you're stamping, and right size your stamping block to your stamp, it just makes you, I find, a lot more confident in your stamping. And a lot of it's just practice, right? Practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect. So, I'm going to use that little guy. That's a little 1.625 round. That's one of my stamping blocks. It fits perfectly. I'm going to just test it on here. Where's our rusty hinge? All right, looks good. Sometimes your test stamping is just as much for getting a feel for how much pressure you need to apply as it is anything else. So this October is pretty narrow, right? Those little letters are pretty narrow. And let's see if I can way over exaggerate this. If I press down really hard, look what happens. So do you see how that's all blurry and uneven? This is what it is intended to look like. When you press too hard, it flattens out that stamp. And so you get a lot of blur. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But when I see people stamping in person in a class, a lot of times I see people pressing really hard. If you test beforehand, you can test with different kind of pressure and get a feel for how the stamp is intended to be used, and how much pressure you need to apply and what you like. If you like that, then you know, okay, I really like it to be heavier, so I'm going to press a lot harder than if I do something like this. Okay, so now let's see. Hang on. All that talking, I need to hydrate again. Look, hydrate. Oh, Colleen, I missed it by a minute. Angel time. Missed it by a minute. Lisa Perez said, hello, I'm at a Texas Planner Babes meetup in Dallas, Fort Worth. I just wanted to say hi. Hi, Lisa. Fun to have you pop in. Enjoy your meetup. All right, so, oh gosh, what am I doing? I was just about ready to stamp on there. Don't do that, Lil. All right, so October. I am going to stamp, I don't know, let's see, probably about right here. Maybe a little bit higher. October. If you like that font, there is an alphabet font, an alphabet stamp set using that same font, and it is called Olive Alpha. Olive Alpha. Hello, Retro RX, aka Serenity. Nice to see you. Now, Serenity, were you at the event this past weekend? Because I met someone there named Serenity, but I don't know if that would be you. I'm trying to see in your little tiny circle of your face. If not, now I know true. It is you. Hi, Serenity. Nice to see you. Because I remembered your beautiful name. Canada, right? I think. You're Calgary? Maybe? Canada. At least may not be specific, but Canada. That's like saying, oh, you're from the United States. I know you. All right. Next up, we're going to take this little guy. This is kind of our Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Does not fit on that. So I think the next best bet is probably going to be, let's see. Again, right sizing your stamping blocks. Oh yeah, let's use this guy, right? I could use that guy, but there's a lot of now extra space above and below. This is going to be our next best bet. Next best bet. All right. Winnipeg, your friend is from Calgary. Okay, I thought that was sticking in my head. So your friend, Calgary, is that Dawn? And I know you were with other friends. I just don't remember. I just remember you and Dawn stick out in my head, and I'm sure I met the other witches. No, it's okay because they were dressed up as witches one day. I'm not calling them a bad name. So what's interesting is I meet a ton of people. I meet a ton of people. A ton of people. And it's hard for me to remember names. I remember faces. And if we have a conversation about something, then a lot of times I can remember like the background, right? But names, oh, so horrible. But a name like Serenity, I did remember. Although Serenity, if I saw you, I don't know if I would remember your name, but I would remember a conversation we had. And then you'd say Serenity, and I'd be like, oh, I remember. We met in Conroe at the Crafting Through the Holidays event. And you were from Canada. And you guys had witch outfits on. Let's see. Stephanie. Hello, Stephanie. Checking in from Germany. You were just a world traveler. You, beautiful fall weather and color. Oh, I love that. Enjoy Germany. Because, Stephanie, you're normally Texas, yeah? Maybe? All right. Let's put this guy away. And then what's next? Next up, oh yes, we have the 12th. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Now, some people would do this. Some people would stamp those two together. Not Lael. I'm a control freak. I like to control how close together my stamps are. In this case, my numbers. So if I stamp them together, I can't quite get them as close as I want because there's that little padding around all of your stamps. So I will stamp those individually. Now, if I wanted to do them together, I would just do them on a different size block. Oh my gosh, I can hear Nick's watching college football in the other room. It is, so I'm from Utah. Nick and I both went to the University of Utah. It is the Holy War. It's the Holy War rivalry today in Utah, tonight. University of Utah against BYU. And ESPN, I believe it's ESPN, is in Provo, where BYU is, broadcasting all day. So I can hear him. He's watching that in the background. I mean, not the game yet, because the game hasn't started yet. But I can hear it. So here's the one. Woo, that's pretty solid. And then the 2, I'll do the 2 next. Let's see. Margie's in Germany too. Now, Gabby is not in Germany, but Gabby is, I think, also watching college football. She's going back and forth between you and Michigan game. Oh, that's fun. Shannon, can you hear it? No, you can't hear it at my house. You can hear it in your house, I think, right? DW said, Lael, do you have any suggestions on cleaning your chamois? So, that's a great question, DW. You don't have to. Look at my chamois. And the company, Lawn Fawn, that makes the chamois, says you don't have to clean it. Now, every once in a while I clean mine, but I will tell you why. Stamp chamois is hard until you wet it. And then I keep mine while I'm working in a little salt cellar, right? I just keep it in here and I close the lid so it still stays damp while I'm working. 9 times out of 10, I'm done. I go do something in the other room. I forget until tomorrow until I go start putting things away. And I go, oh no, I left the clothes in the washing machine overnight. You know what I mean? I left the clothes in the washing machine overnight. So it kind of smells a little bit yucky, right? Damp, moldy, whatever. So in that case, I just put a little bit of like hand soap on it and then wash it really well. But the color is going to stain it and it's not going to hurt it at all. Lawn Fawn says you never have to clean it. That's just part of what it does. All right, let me see. Let's see. All right. You guys are chit-chatting amongst yourselves. I love that. All right. Merrily is the Michigan game on mute. Okay, so let's do our 2 next. Our 1 and our 2. One thing to be thinking about, especially when you're using a really juicy, like your distress oxides, your pigment-based inks. I call them a juicy ink. That is not a technical term for them. All right. I call them a juicy ink. They hold a lot of color really well. When you are stamping, let me just do this stamp really quick. Sometimes it's hard for me to stamp and think at the same time, or talk. When you are stamping, I think that's going to be a little bit too high, but oh well. It is a little bit too high, but it's okay. Especially with a juicy ink like that. Some of your distress oxides, based on the pigment, the color will be a little bit juicier than others. That is pretty solid. If I was stamping here directly on the page as opposed to a cardstock, I would really need to be paying attention before I started something over here. Because what would happen is that color would ghost or shadow a little bit on the other side. I'll show you what I mean by that. I'll just do this. Because this is really, this is just thin copy paper. So I will stamp my two. I didn't even test either of those first, did I? Living on the edge. So when I turn the page, so nice and juicy, nice solid coverage, which is why I like a pigment-based ink. When I turn the page, see that shadowing or ghosting, right? So if I was listing right here, in this case with that shadowing or ghosting, I wouldn't be making my list directly on that page. I would be doing something like this, putting something like that, oopsie, over it. So I would not, so I wouldn't see that shadowing or ghosting. Now, I just realized I had a little bit of ink on my hand there. Let me get that off because I have just added a fingerprint to my little list there. Let me see if I can get that off really quickly. This is a sand eraser. So it has a little bit of sand in it, a little bit of grit, which will kind of get rid of that little top layer of paper and kind of help get rid of that. All right, so there we go. No one's gonna know it's there, just us, because I told you. Now what's going on there? That's just stuff in the paper. All right, so clean this guy off. Let's see. Let's see. So Kate said, would you consider making a stamp of your outlining of the 3.75 by 7 white rectangle for people whose outlining isn't as neat as yours? So Kate, that's an interesting idea. It would be an expensive stamp. The reason why is it would need to go on a 6 by 8 stamp sheet. 6 by 8 stamps run about $26. So I wouldn't be opposed to it, but it would just be expensive for you guys to buy. But I will show you. Mine is not straight. Mine does things like that all the time. Do you see how it's kind of closer to the edge and further away from the edge? There are some people that do use a ruler. You rarely see me use a ruler when I do that because usually I'm just lazy. But generally I like it to be more kind of free-flowing than with a ruler. Becky would buy it. Well, I probably know someone who could design it. So let me put some more thought into that, friends. Here's the other thing about a stamp like that. There's not much more that could even be on the stamp sheet because you have to, that whole stamp has to be solid. You can't just like have the outline of the stamp because it'd be impossible to try to get it to line up evenly, if that makes sense. So it would have to have like this. So in the box stamp set, that whole area is stamp, even though you never, you don't see it. That whole area has to be stamped material so that it maintains the rigidity and that structure of that outline part. So it's certainly something that, and you know, my MOQ for 6 by 8 stamps is not incredibly large. So, you know, I could probably do it. I could probably do it, Kate. My Lail by Mail themed Traveler's Notebook inserts, it has that pre-printed on the page for you. All right, I just need to remember that. Shannon said the imperfections are what make it so cute. Yes, right? Cindy, thank you, Cindy. Cindy said a little tip, Kate, keep your elbow on the table and just swing your arm down the paper. Hope that makes sense. Let's just do a little outlining 101. All right? let's take this little piece of cardstock. And I do it so fast, I generally never talk about it when I do it. So let's look at this. This is what Cindy's talking about. I rest my arm. My arm is rested on the table. That gives me a little bit of stability, right? So generally, if I'm outlining this whole thing, I try to do it in one fell swoop. And this is the kind of thing, the quicker you do it, the better it looks. If you go really slowly, I find it doesn't look as nice. So you watch this, all right? Having this, having my arm rest on that makes it a lot easier, I find. And then rotate it. And then rotate again. And then rotate again. The faster I go, the easier it is. Now, if I try to go really slow, then it gets kind of choppy. And then if I stop and then I pick it up again, generally I get a little bit of a dot in there. So, see, I don't know if you can see the difference of that. Probably not, because you're not going to get it close enough. But I've also been doing that for like 20 years. So, as with lots of things, practice makes perfect. Take your grocery list, outline it. Start outlining all of your things and it may get a little bit easier. Cindy gave another tip. Use small tip. And if you think it's not right, do a double line for the outline, right? Deborah said she's probably too slow. Yeah, I think the fast makes a huge difference. Huge difference. All right, so let's keep going. I'm ready, October 12th. So I usually now will bring in my little ruler and just do a little quick kind of double line here, just to make a quick kind of visual separation between my title or my header there and my list. Now, I haven't left a lot of room. What I will end up doing is a list like this, where it's just a bulleted list. I can fit more on a bulleted list than if I do kind of a list like this, where I, write a 1 or 2 or whatever, or just a bullet and then something. So I can fit more this way. All right. Louisa said when I stop and go, my lines are more jagged. For sure. It's just try to go one fell swoop, arm on the table, go fast. All right. So we now need another icon, another bullet. But I think what I'm going to do on this one, I am going to use a mini icon stamp set. Let's see. I'm going to use the fall mini icon stamp set. So mini icons are 3x3s. I think we have maybe, 15 of these or so. Different themes, different seasons. So let's see what we might like to use. I think what I'm going to use, how about if we use the pumpkin? Because look, there's lots of pumpkins over here. We will use the pumpkin. So pumpkin, get the pumpkin out. And that is going to be what I use between all the little things on my list. Now this guy, your mini icons are too big for the stamping stylus, all right? They don't fit on the end of the stamping stylus. And when we talk about right sizing your stamping block to your stamp, that also means it can't be smaller. Not a good idea to use a stamping block that's smaller than your stamp. You're playing with fire there. I would not do that. So I'm going to use one of my little cylinders. That is another one of my stamp sets. Those two little cylindrical stamps. So those are great for like your mini icons or smaller stamps. Okay. You guys, I've missed this so much. I've missed us being together and playing so much. All right, there's my little pumpkin stamp. So let's see. Where is my list? My list. Let's see. Awake at 6 o'clock a.m. in Conroe, Texas. Now, this is going to be a little bit weird because these are a little bit larger than what I would normally use. So, flurry of emails to redirect some projects following announcement. This is really wordy. Of China tariffs increase to 130%. That was a very rude awakening that morning when I woke up and read that, because when you have products that you manufacture in China and you have products that you have already paid a large deposit on, only to find that when your products are going to arrive, that you need to pay 130% more than you had planned. So lots of flurrying of emails trying to regroup and figure out, can we put them on hold? Are we going to continue? What are we going to do? So that's what I did. Emails, and then packed because we were leaving. And then I got ready. And then Brenda picked us up to go to Katrina's. And then we went to Round Top. And Junk Gypsy. And then we drove to Waco. I'm going to just put this little guy over there. We'll come back in here. I forgot that we stopped at Buc-ee's. Oh well. Drove to Waco. We had dinner at Terry Black's barbecue. Oops. Oh well. Dinner. Yummy barbecue. And then bed. All right, so there's my put into a very small amount of space, my what a day for October 12th. And that's all it is. Basically just making a list of what you did that day. Sometimes it may be more involved. You might have more detail. Sometimes it may be less involved, less detail. Some of my lists are super boring, like mine for June. Up at 5 a.m., courtesy of Reggie. Red had coffee and breakfast. Got ready for the day. Worked with Lily, processing orders. Placed reorders, simple stories, and idea books. Uploaded Dear December paper files to the printer. Worked on my design and shipping schedule, July through November. Teams call with Kat to go over her resume. What's new Wednesday? Started watching season 4 of The Bear, right? So not every day has to be you're on a trip documenting. It can literally just be, here's a plain old boring day. And I like it, like I said, I like to capture both types of things in my what a day list, because they're representative of not only the basic everyday, but also maybe a fun day mixed in. Those of you that are scrapbookers, you can still list. You can incorporate listing into your scrapbook pages, because there's a photo and here's my journaling, right? Michelle said Terry Black's is yummy. Yes, it was so good. It was nummy nummy. All right. Carol said, I need these cylindrical stamp blocks. And those are just things, you just add more tools to your arsenal, right? Tools are always a good investment. And I don't know, they're like $6, so it's not, huge investment. But tools are always a good investment, because tools only make your life easier. And then tools are things that you can use over and over. Well, hopefully your tools make your life easier. If your tools aren't making your life easier, then I don't know. All right, here is, I always end up misplacing. Where is the little, misplaced because they're hard to see. Where's the little plastic thing that goes with that stamp? That's for the big one. All right, we'll just put that on the floor for now until I find it. All right, so I had said I left some of these things out because I thought maybe I might need something small to go with this somewhere. Little mushroom. No, mushroom's kind of out of place. A little leaf. Little leaf might be cute. Right there. I think that does it. I think that's all it needs. So let's add our little leaf, and then we're calling this list done. I added a large photo to complete my spread. But you know what? This list would have done the exact same thing and been just as cute without the photo. So not all of your list needs photo. Try that again. Not all of your lists need photos. That does the exact same thing. It is a recap of my day, October 12th. Sarah L. said, Lael, as someone new to this, who is a traditional scrapbooker, how do you balance what goes in your scrapbook versus what you would list? So Sarah, first I'll answer that for me. I don't regular scrapbook anymore. This is my regular scrapbooking, memory keeping listing. For me, I do it all in one. Oh, I was going to add this somewhere. What a day like this, a day like this. Oh, I like that there. Let's put that there. That is from Vicky's collection. Anyone else that is here that does both? Marilee, I know you do both, I believe. I know Marilee's scrapbooker, but then also lists with us. That may not have been very helpful, Sarah, because I just told you how I did it. Maybe things like this that would be more ordinary. I don't know if you would ever scrapbook your day like this. Maybe a list like this is something that you would put in a traveler's notebook or some in a place where you're making your lists. Generally, my lists are probably more suited to, other than About Last Month, because About Last Month could go in either one. Generally, my lists are more suited to just capturing information like this. Currently, what I'm currently drinking, listening, reading, celebrating, feeling, wearing, realizing, something like that for me would go more in a traveler's notebook or in a list if I was scrapbooking. Because I probably wouldn't have a photo, or maybe I would have photos that would coordinate with this, or maybe it's just a photo of me and that's all it is, but it's me currently. This one, things I'm looking forward to this summer. This would probably also be something that I did as a list as opposed to a scrapbook because it's more just, again, a list. Probably not having something, not necessarily having a photo for that. Where something might work in more of a scrapbook as opposed to something like this might be like my favorite memories from this summer. If I did a list about my favorite memories from this summer, then I probably would have photos and I could still put them in a traveler's notebook, but maybe that would be better suited if you're a scrapbooker to put it, on a scrapbook page. I don't know if that helps at all, Sarah. Not sure if it helps at all. Let's see. DW said, how do you transition your supplies into doing this? This idea is better for me. DW, all of my supplies I would use in both. If I was still making 12 by 12 scrapbook layouts, everything I have here, everything that I've used would totally work in my scrapbooking. What I find for me, things that are probably more specific to my listing, the stamps that under my brand, my Lael by Mail brand, are definitely more suited for me to listing because that's why I designed them. Your dyes, your inks, a lot of your stamps, washi, stickers, a lot of your things really would work for both. So I don't know if you necessarily need to transition your supplies. It may be that you may be adding to your supplies. So if you decide you want to do stamping or more stamping, you need stamps, you need stamping blocks. You may be looking for listing specific stamps, alphabet stickers. Really, I think a lot of your supplies, even if you're a planner, us people that work in their planners, washi, stickers, things like that, definitely would work in this type of format. And you guys, if you are here watching live, please feel free to pop in the chat and answer, give your input on some of these questions because more input, more perspectives are always better. Absolutely. Pam says this is how she scrapbooks now, right? We're doing memory keeping. Even if we're adding photos or not adding photos, we are memory keeping, documenting. It all kind of falls under the same umbrella. Karen says she scrapbooks in 6x8 for travels, Broncos and December daily, but do some with multiple styles like listing. Kathy's a traditional scrapbooker as well. Mary C. Plant says both, Project Live scrapbooks and just recently starting listing in the daily pages of my Hope in 82 Weeks. Love it. Tracy pretty much only does scrapbooks 6x8 for vacation trips. Otherwise, she uses a traveler's notebooks. Mary C. Plant said stamps, stickers, paper embellishments, all the things. Okay, DW clarified that a little bit. I guess what I was thinking is, did you get rid of some supplies when transitioning to this type of documenting? For me, DW, I did not. And I would encourage other people who have kind of transitioned to also pipe in the chat as well. But I didn't, because really anything that I would use in scrapbooking, I would also use here. Even my 12 by 12 papers. 12 by 12 papers, I just cut down to work here. Even if it's something like some of my larger die cuts. I mean, that's a pretty big die cut that I, worked in here. Maybe 4 by 6 cards, even something like that. Let me see if I have an example where I've used a larger something as a tip in. Let's see. Let's see here. Here's an example. That is a larger photo, right? So I even worked in a larger photo still with my list. This is a 1-page list. It's April in the news. So I used tip-in tape to tip this piece into my traveler's notebook and then put my list here. So I could do that with the 4 by 6 cards, with 3 by 4 cards. I could do something like that with pieces that traditionally we might think might be better suited to a larger format, like a 12 by 12 scrapbook, but we can work them into smaller space. Let's see. Ashley said, I'm a scrapper, stamper, card maker, and lister. Scrap the bigger stuff on 12 by 12 or mini albums. My day-to-day stuff goes in my traveler's notebook. Unless I'm doing about last month, I'll usually do a big page. Mary said, get rid of supplies. Never. I love it. But I love that you guys are asking questions. And I also love that you guys are also, everyone is kind of piping in and giving your perspective and your feedback, because that's just what makes the community here so good and strong, because it's nice to have different perspectives, right? I'll always tell you what I do, but what I do is not necessarily right, and it may not be right for you. Tracy said, I've started a box of things to donate, but I've yet to pull the trigger. I love all the things, right? Let's see. DW said, okay, cool. I've been doing this since 1997 and have a ton of product, right? What I find too, DW, and this is the last thing I'll say kind of on this, and then we'll move on to our next list, is that some of the product that I had around for a really long time, and when I looked at it in relation to scrapbooking, like on a 12 by 12 scrapbook page or even a mini book, in my head, I wouldn't use it because it was old, right? It just felt old to me. When I started memory planning years ago and started listing, a lot of that product now felt different to me because I was working in a smaller space. So whereas in a large space, it felt maybe too old, but smaller space, it like took on a new life because I was working in a smaller space. All right. Okay. All right. So my last list for today. My last list for today is in the news. All 3 lists that we have done today about last month, what a day, and in the news are generally lists that I do once a month. However, I realized that I had not done an in the news for the month of August. I also had not done an in the news yet for the month of September. So this is going to be a list that, while I'm here, that is also that Autumn Archives. So Autumn Archives is what I used here. That a little list I did also using products from that Autumn Archives. But let me see. In the news. Oh yeah, no, it wouldn't be here because in the news, I haven't done it. My last in the news list. Let me see. Is it in here? This one I have not restitched yet. So it is, no, that was May. Where's my other one? Not my other one. One of my other ones. Oh, you know where it is? Okay. It's probably in the box from Amy. Amy does all the photography for the idea book. So, anyhow, in the news, I'll just shortcut that. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let me clean up. As I'm cleaning up, why don't we do another giveaway? Another live giveaway. All right. That'll be our 3rd one for today. Another live giveaway. Let's have this one be name your own prize. Well, okay. Not necessarily name your own prize. Because name your own prize could put me out of business. Name your own prize, buy your own prize, but with money that I give you. So let's do this one, $25 store credit. So if you win this one, I add a $25 store credit to your account, and then you can buy your prize, but you're really buying it with a store credit. So I'm going to get these things put away. I will get Autumn Archives put away, and then get our things out for the next list. Now, the next list, this will be an interesting one. Well, it'll be interesting for a lot of reasons, but number one, I don't necessarily have any product planned for this list. Sometimes we will do a list, and really all it is stamping. And I have done, we just saw one of those, lists where really we're only using ink and stamps for our list. Where did that one go? Let me see, and I'll show you. Every once in a while I do that because we don't need to have all the things, right? We may want all the things, but we don't need to have all of the things to play. Really, we only need two things. We need something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, you get to decide. That is a list where all I used was stamps and inks, right? So you don't have to have all the fun product. I mean, this in and of itself is fun product to me because there's a lot of color, but I bring the color in with the stamps. All right. These let me get put away. So this is my idea for this list. And really, you know what I'm going to do? Just bear with me 1 second. I want to open the box because I want to show you something. Let me get my little sign out again. I will still be here. I'll just be across the room. So I like to put the sign out so you guys don't think you lost me. You know I'm here, right? Lindsay Hillman made that for me. Isn't that so nice? Because if I don't put that out, you think that I am just gone or that you're frozen. So let me open this box really quickly off camera because I'm not sure what else might be in there that might not be appropriate to see yet if it's samples of new product. But there is this last list I want to show you. Last time we did in the news. And I think that Traveler's Notebook is in here because it went off to Amy for photography for the idea book. Oh, yes! There's all kinds of things in here. There are, you guys want to see a sneak peek? Oh gosh, there's all kinds of fun sneak peeks in here. You want to see a sneak peek? It is, I'm not sure when this is going to come out, but I'll show you. Look at this. Do you see what that is? That is the mini version of Destination Unknown, where you make your own little, member Destination Unknown. That's the mini version. It's not out yet, but that was in my box. Yeah, small version. So that'll be fun. There's another little stamp that goes with that. There's all kinds of sneak peeks in that box, but I have sneak peeked my quota today. I don't know, really, I could show you it all if I wanted, but I have to keep you guys guessing and keep you coming back to see me. Oh, DW, I love it. She says, I think I have a Lael obsession. Yay! All right, I'm going to show you this and then we'll draw our prize, okay, you guys? So bear with me. This is, oh, here. This was the last time that we did our In the News, and it was in the news for the month of July. So I used pattern paper for the base of my list. I did a spread. Over here, I stamped news, and then that little lady I cut out from one of the books that I sell on the website. Over here, I stamped July and then made my list. And then I used tip in for my photos in the center. Okay, I need to do the prize. I'm going to forget. All right, stopping. The prize goes to Shannon Cummins. Shannon wins a $25 store credit to shop with whatever she would like. So Shannon, please send an email to laelbymail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, $25, and I will add $25 to your account on my website. Now, if you don't have an account on my website, you just go sign up. You don't have to, it's free. But I need to be able to attach it to your email address. All right? So, if you would make sure you have an account, and then you email me from that account, then, or the email on that account, then I can easily add that to your account to go shopping. Congratulations, Shannon. That's 3 giveaways so far, guys. And I will do one more at least one more. All right. let's see, it's all, because I'm making up for lost time since we haven't been together in a while. So the idea behind In the News. The idea behind In the News is when I first started doing this list about last month, I started doing this during the pandemic, very beginning of the pandemic. And during the pandemic, there was not a lot happening in my life because we were not going anywhere, right? We were all kind of homebound. So in my About Last Month list, back then, I had a mixture of what was going on in my life and also in the news. And as the world started to open up, back up again, and I was doing more, I found that this was only enough room for my About Last Month. I couldn't fit in the news there. So I started doing In the News separately from About Last Month. So the idea is, behind In the News, I just make a list of the news events that hit my radar for the month. Now, things that hit my radar may not hit your radar, and likewise. There's one very important part of this list, and that is, for me, it's just the facts. I am not giving any commentary about Hulk Hogan dying. Because you know what? That could be controversial. Maybe you like Hulk Hogan. Maybe you don't like Hulk Hogan. Malcolm Jamal Warner or Ozzy Osbourne. All I say on my list, I say Hulk Hogan, Ozzy Osbourne, and Malcolm Jamal Warner passed away. That's all I say. Now, those things may seem pretty benign, but when we get to some of the political things that happen in our country and in our world, those things can be super divisive. I have definitely pulled back from putting some of the more political things on my In the News list, because in our country, it could be, my whole list could be politics, right? And that could be politics on the left side, on the right side, in the center. And to me, that's just really depressing. So I don't put as much politics on my list as I used to. Nothing wrong with that, but we like to keep what I talk about very much to the facts, and to the facts basically saying the couple at the Coldplay concert was outed. I don't say if that was good or bad. That's just the facts. And I ask that you guys in the chat do the same. We're going to have no conversations about how we feel about things in the news. If you want to say this is what I put on my In the News list, or what I would want to put, keeping it factual, then that is good. Otherwise, I just ask that, nobody came here to talk about politics or things that are divisive, right? So I still do In the News, but, I've never had it be other than just the facts. I just like to get that out of the way, right? Kate, exactly. It is documenting history. That is exactly what it is. It is just documenting history, and that's why I do it. So, once before, I have done a combo list where I did 2 months. And I'm doing 2 months because I never did August, because September, we really only listed once. Never got around to it. So, I have printed out photos again. Last thing I'll say about that. In the blog post for today's listing session, which is linked in the description box of the video down below, I have given you a link to news sources. One of the biggest questions I get asked when we do a list like this is, Lael, where do you get all your things in the news? So it is a list with links to probably, maybe 10 or 12 different news sources. Those news sources are going to be some left, some right, some center. It doesn't matter where I get my news on that list of news sources. It just matters that you have a broad spectrum. So if you are more right-leaning, you will find a news source or two that would give you right-leaning news, or right-leaning interpreted news. How about that? If you are more left-leaning, then you'll find the same thing on the left. There are some very centrist leaning ones. There aren't many. I think there's maybe one global. Global is a little bit harder to find, but a lot of those are emails. You can sign up for an email and it would start sending you daily or weekly emails of some of the news things. All right, so that's where I get them. That is linked in the description box of the video under the topics for today's list. All right. Yes, just the facts, ma'am, from Dragnet. Exactly. Karen said, although I don't follow some news, I don't really document it often, but I've had a few good political pages in my inserts, right? I always say you do you. So some of you may be like, yes, I've been documenting the news all along. Some of you may say, you know what? I was documenting the news, but now it's a little divisive, so I'm not going to document. And some of you are like, no way, I don't want that in any of my documenting. We're all different people, so it's all good. So what I've done here, similar to what I did with my photos from the beginning, this is a 5x7 photo. 5x7 photo that I printed with my Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. It fits 5x7, 4x6, excuse me. It prints 5x7, 4x6, and 3.5x5. I use that with the Epson Creative Print app. If you have an Epson printer, there was another free class here on my YouTube channel, probably one of the most requested classes that I had. And I did it maybe a year and a half ago. How to use the Epson Creative Print app. So if you have an Epson printer and you do not use the Epson Creative Print app, or you don't use it often because you don't really know what you're doing, I highly recommend you watch that free class on how to use the Epson Creative Print app. I do not work for Epson. I do not get paid by Epson. I get nothing for you using that app or watching that video on how to use the app. It's just, I have found some tricks that have really helped me fall even more in love with that printer. And if you use the printer, I want you to fall in love too. So I picked another pre-configured template. This one gave me 8 photos. So I picked the template and then accessed my camera roll and put in the photos that I wanted. Now, although you might think I was at Taylor and Travis's engagement ceremony, I was not. So that is not my photo. In fact, none of these things are my photos, right? In the news, things are never my photos. Doesn't mean I can't use photos. I just go to Google, the photographer friend of mine that has a photo for everything imaginable, and I search Taylor and Travis's engagement. And I find a photo, I save it to my camera roll, and then I can bring it in and print it. So I have organized these photos. These are August in the news, and these are September in the news. August, September. So I am going to end up putting this guy over here. I'll put some pattern paper down first, I think. And then over here, we'll do my list, August and September. So we are, I just tasked my graphic designer with designing another in the news stamp set. So right now there are 2. There's original in the news and there's in the news too. And I said to her yesterday, I said, graphic designer, although I called her by name. I said, graphic designer, I need some new, what did I call it? I need some new, I don't know, content. I need some new stuff. I need a new in the news stamp set to start playing with. So she is now working on in the news 3. My throat is starting to really, so let me get a quick sip of water again. DW said, do you put in the news in a separate insert or just keep it in the same one as the one you're working on? DW, that's a great question. For all of my lists, they're just wherever they fall in with the one that I am working on. All right, my about last month's, my in the news, and any other, my glimmers, my, let's see, favorite fall memories, they all just go together. Now, some people do a different insert for about last month. And generally, I should say, a lot of people that do that are doing that with my year in review project kit. Because that project kit is designed to do that in a specific insert. So I put it all together. Some people keep it separate. And the people that keep it separate sometimes will do about last month. And then the next page in their separate traveler's notebook, they do in the news. So you've got about last month and in the news, about last month and in the news, and they do that for a full year. All right, so this will go here. It's still a little bit wide, So let's just narrow that down a little bit more. A little bit wide again. This is a 5x7 photo. My traveler's notebook insert is 5 by 8.25. It's a little bit wide because of the staples in the center. All right, so now let's look at, where's that big honking paper pad that I have. I had it out. Oh, here it is. This just came in. This is new to me. I don't know if it's new, but it is new to me. This is a pattern paper cardstock book. This is, I don't know, let's see how big that is. You can see it's pretty big. It is 7.5 by 10. 7.5 by 10. Serenity just asked a question. She said, I saw the glimmer stamps. What is it? Highlight. So glimmers, Serenity, are, I do a list. We've done that one since December on a monthly basis. Glimmers are just little sparks of joy that touch your world. So it might be, maybe you like butterflies, and maybe you were looking out the window and a butterfly landed on a bush in front of your window, and that was just a little glimmer. You're like, oh, I love glimmer. I mean, I love butterflies. Maybe you see a rainbow. A lot of my glimmers are associated with nature. One of the glimmers I mentioned at the beginning, I got a very lovely email from Gabby, she said some wonderful things, and it just put a smile on my face. So a little glimmer like that. Just things that kind of just give you a little maybe mood booster or lighten your day for a minute. Maybe someone lets you in front of them in traffic. You're like, oh, that was so nice. Just a little glimmer. That's what a glimmer is. And we'll actually be doing our glimmers list next week. All right, so this book is full of pattern paper, right? And I'm one of the companies in the industry, Photo Play Paper, just announced yesterday that they are closing their doors. So I think it's no secret that our industry, paper crafting, is starting to get smaller and smaller and smaller. So I've started looking for things like this that are pretty generic that we could work into some of our lists, that different colors, different patterns that don't necessarily go with a particular manufacturer's collection, but things that we can work into, well, what I said, work into our list. So that's what this guy is. Large book of pattern paper. What's kind of cool about this, there are different weights of paper in this book. So 32 double-sided sheets are 120 GSM, and 32 are 250 GSM. 250 GSM, much thicker than obviously your 120. Just gives you a different thickness. If you are doing maybe some mixed media, you want a watercolor on it or something, just, you hear that? Much thicker. It might hold some of your mixed media a little bit better than a thinner piece. All right, so I thought I might use one of these sheets as a background here. I always struggle when it comes to color, when it comes to in the news, because there's always a lot of red and blue. Always a lot of red and blue in my photos for in the news. And I would say part of that is red is always very eye-catching. And again, these aren't my photos. These are like, headline photos. So Jimmy Kimmel Live suspended, big red. Tylenol linked to autism, announcement that came out of the White House. Blue skies, states. So there's a lot of color here, red and blue specifically. So let's see what might work over here. See, look at that. I just love that. When we talk about, not for this, but when we talk about maybe wanting to do a 2-page list, but we only have content for 1 page, well, that could be your second page, right? Just nice and decorative. And all right, so I do need a background though. So let's see. I thought there was one that I saw in here. Love that mint with the text behind it, but it doesn't really work color-wise. Something like this is pretty generic. I think this is what I was thinking of, not this side. But you also have, I think, did it say 2 sheets? No. Do we have another one of those? Because I like that side. That is really fun. So let me just look really quickly. Or maybe this one would work too. So if I don't have another one of those sheets, then I think I would like to save that one. Let's see. Now as we're scrolling through all of them. Oh, I think we do. We do have that. All right. Oh, actually, this is thicker. I probably don't want the thicker one. I'll just take the thicker one anyway. All right. So this would be a nice background. Just really kind of basic, right? Especially if I use, if I cut this so that maybe that part, well, it won't matter. Basic. Just a basic background. All right. The other thing I could do, you know what I could do here? Watch this. Instead of using a whole sheet, what about this? Photo Play Paper is closing. Yeah, they're done. They're done. It is very sad to see another scrapbook paper crafting company close. It is. It's a hard industry. It is a hard market these days, especially when the economy starts, doing some odd things, and people start to get worried about their income and their livelihood. Got to cut back, and cutting back in a lot of cases is in our discretionary spending, our hobbies, right? So, what I was just going to do, there is no reason that I need to. Look, normally what I would do is cut that to, 4 3/4 by 8, and then I would go like that. Well, I'm wasting all of that paper behind there. So you know what? I don't need to do that. Really, all I need is the top and bottom. So let's do that. Let's trim a top here. And I want to give myself enough. Let's say I trim 1 inch just to give me plenty, right? There. I'll put that above, and then I'll do another inch and put it below. And then I still have all of that paper to continue to play with. I don't need to use a whole sheet of paper if I'm going to cover it up with a photo. Oh, yeah, now let's trim this down because the width is too wide. So the width should be, I'm going to have it be 4 3/4. Actually, I probably don't want it to be 4 3/4 because this is going to be the width of the whole thing. So I just made it too narrow, but yeah, okay. Let's trim this one to 5. We won't make that mistake again because my photo's 5. And then what I will do here is I'm going to come back here and I'm going to use a little piece of Scotch tape. Normally what I would do, you guys, I would be very wasteful and I'd go, oh shoot, and I'd just cut one of those again and then cut it at 5 inches wide. But we're just going to show how we can make something work without wasting. Turn both of those over, and my little Scotch tape maybe right there. There we go. I mean, you'll be, hang on. Let's do it that way. That'd be a much easier way to do it. To get it right where I want it to be. And now we're going to make this 5 inches. So basically just bought myself an extra 1/4 inch. No one is going to know. In fact, if we put it at the bottom, no one will really know. All right, so let's put this guy at the top. Like so, and then we'll come back in and round the corners. This guy at the bottom. Like so. Round the corners. Where did it go? I think I probably put it away. I did. Oh, also a little bit wider too. Get in there. Where did my scissors go? Huh. That's always no clue. No clue where they went. We'll just use my little guys here then. I really didn't want it to be quite 5 inches because again, we lose a little bit, a couple millimeters from the staples. Cut off that little excess there. So what are you guys doing this Saturday besides hanging out with me? Are you listing? Are you working? Are you playing? Are you doing a different craft project? What are you doing? Let's see. Diane, Amy, I don't see this paper book on her list. Okay, so Diana, Amy is not here today. This is, did I not put it on my? Oh, I probably forgot to put it on my list of what I'm using. So, if you search for this, reminiscence, that'll come up on my website. Diane. Marsha is working on a wedding to-do list. So, okay, Marsha, guess what? Your wedding to-do list. It can be a functional list, but it can also be a list that you put in here. One of the lists I have planned for next week, a to-do list. And that maybe seem kind of weird that you'd put a to-do list in your list of lists, but it's very much a time capsule, right? So Marcia, specifically for you, you're making a list of things that you need to do for the wedding. So why not document that, right? Why not document it? All right. Maritza's doing cooking and laundry. Kate's watching football. Ashley's working on About Last Month. Shannon has a quinceañera. I love that. I tried to roll my R's there. I'm not good at that. Sort of listing before she has to leave. Carol's vacuuming, doing laundry, printing pictures for September for scrapbooking. Oh, Carrie's so fun is babysitting. Hi, Carrie. Grandbabies and making a birthday card for her sister-in-law. Louisa is taking online classes to renew her CPA license. Good for you. Tracy just finished her September About Last Month and in the news, plus what's on my bedside table to be read. So that's an interesting one. It was, I can tell you, it was sometime during 2020, 2021, or 2022. I think I want to say 2020, that we did a list, what's on my nightstand. Because that one, you guys, again, very much a time capsule list, right? What's on my nightstand? What's on my nightstand? When I had young babies, a baby monitor was on my nightstand, right? Baby monitor. I have not seen the likes of a baby monitor on my nightstand in probably 24 years. How about that? 24 years. Readers, or not my readers, my glasses used to be readers, but my glasses are on my nightstand. 20 years ago, there were no glasses on my nightstand. Water's on my nightstand. Lotion is on my nightstand. So a list like that very much is a time capsule. That's kind of a fun one to do. Now, Tracy's is what's on my bedside table to read. Her big stack of books on her nightstand or bedside table to read. Definitely another fun list. If you are just getting started listing, or if you maybe haven't been with us for a while, or you want to go back and do some lists, there are 1, 2, 3 listing with Lael idea books. Oh, I just remembered. It's another giveaway. We put that off to the side for a second. There are 3 listing with Lael idea books. Again, I have taken mine and done this to them. But normally they're bound like this. So those are great resources for list topics. They're great resources for design ideas. Just great resources if you are listing with us. Especially if I'm gone for a Saturday. Oh, that's my friend's son's graduation announcement. How did that get in there? Allison, if you watch this later, that is there because I still need to send a card for Isaiah. Clearly I forgot about it because it was put somewhere where it shouldn't have been, right? Okay. Tracy just got a new baby monitor on her nightstand for a new grandbaby, right? Different stage of life. Diane said, no one will know. Classic Laelism. Believe it or not, we did a Laelisms list in the past. Now, I did Laelism. If Diane would have done it, it would have been a Dianeism or a Nancyism or a Tracyism. That's another fun list to do. A list of things that you say that kind of people know you for. I also did that for other people in our family. Okay. Because we have done more than 500 lists. More than 500 lists since we started. So yes, lots of inspiration there in the idea books. Okay. So now this is my start. I don't know. This one's just going to be kind of a plain, boring list, I'm afraid. But that is also why I said to my graphic designer, I need some new material. That's what I said. I need some new material. I need a new in the new stamp set. So we have been using these guys for a little while. Extraordinary things to cut out in collage and more extraordinary things to cut out in collage. This news list that we did last is using one of the things that I cut out from one of those books. Kind of like our old working on a vision board or cutting up magazine, things like that, right? So I have both of these books on my website. But the problem is you have to cut them out. right? You have to cut them out. And somebody said, gosh, Lil, wouldn't it be so nice if they made those books with stickers? And I said, oh, they don't. And then guess what? Extraordinary Things sticker book. So this is now on the website, on my website. This is the same idea, but they're all stickers, so you don't have to cut them out. So I thought what I might do, I don't know. This you can tell. This list, I had my other two lists planned out. This list is not necessarily planned out. News, August, September. So I don't have a lot of room to play with, but I thought we'll use one of our in the news stamps for title. Probably this one. Maybe that one or maybe that one, but I will find something maybe to decorate with it. Oh, Carol, Cracker Barrel. That was one of the things in the news during August. Cracker Barrel, after many, many, many years, introduced a new logo. That was the original logo. That was the new logo. There was the backlash that they received for changing that logo was so intense that Cracker Barrel, a couple weeks later, reverted back to their original logo. People were boycotting Cracker Barrel because they didn't like the new logo. They missed the old logo. So, like I said before, the things on your in the news list can be whatever you want them to be. And that was something, because marketing, I have my degree in marketing, and marketing has always been part of whatever I do. So that was something that was fascinating to me. So that hit my radar for my in the news for August. That's what that is for. All right, so let's look. Now, we could have a lot of fun. We could, I don't know, put like a guy standing on his head, because sometimes the news makes us feel like, I don't know, maybe we're standing on our head or maybe someone's standing on their head, right? But just lots of fun, different. We could put the lady with the flowers on her head. So lots of different options here. And I'm just going to flip through until I see one that kind of speaks to me. They are, the pages like this or like that in between because it's the back of the sticker paper. For the month of June, I remember. I did something like this also for the month of June. Let's see if I can find it. I think, is it in here? June? Let me see, maybe not. June? It should be, right? Oh no, it's probably not. Anyhow, doesn't matter, it's in my last one. Let's keep looking. So let's see if I see something that strikes my fancy. So before I used a little pointer finger. I used one of these guys. Now, I would really like it if I could use a finger that's pointing, I would like it if the finger was pointing this way because I could stamp my title right on top of that. But that one is pointing the wrong direction. This one is also pointing the wrong direction. This one's also pointing the wrong direction. They're all pointing the wrong direction. Oh wait, there's one pointing the right direction. How about if we use that? That could go like this and I could put my title on top of it. Let's see if we like that. Sticker makes it super easy. So if we did this, that's news, right? That's news. And then, let's see, if I did, let's take these stamps out. Let's take the stamps out. Kate could be juggling the news stamp with his feet. Oh, okay. So that would be a really fun one, right? I mean, now this you're having fun with. We're totally, that would work. I would need a lot more room. That would be a lot of fun if I did that and put the news on top of it like that, right? He'd be juggling the news. All right. You know what, Kate? I like that thought. So we're going to totally go rogue here. I'm going to put my pointy finger back. Let's see. Let's put that back on my sticker sheet. And because I have already put my photo there, let's get this guy. I love that idea. He's juggling the news with his feet. So just fun, right? Totally fun. Now, you don't have to have a special sticker book to do this, right? If you have old magazines, brochures, anything like that, you could cut things like that out of a magazine or a brochure. Now that I've done this, I was going to do my list over here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to pivot. So what I need to do now is I need to come back in with some more paper over here and put paper there. So let's see what we want to do. That could be fun, but I'd have a hard time stamping above that. That wouldn't necessarily work. So let's see if we... So this could work because look, there's a little bit of yellow, and this guy goes here. We're going to do that. Oh, or that would work too. Maybe we should do the ledger. I'm going to go to the front of the book where it is thinner paper. Let's find that ledger, that yellow ledger. Remember when I said if I had to tell you what my most commonly used ink color is, and it was fossilized amber? Well, look, that's basically your fossilized amber on paper. Oh, okay, hang on, let me pull that out. Alrighty, so if I feel like maybe I need, maybe that as a background too, because that's kind of newspaper-y, right? All right, now we're gonna go to our second sheet. This is just totally designing off the fly, on the fly, not off the fly, designing on the fly. We're just gonna see what speaks to us. Oh, that one would work too. No, I want to keep that one. Let's find it. Oh, it would be right here, right? There we go. All right, let's pull this guy out too. And this is going to be the base of my page. So kind of like a newspaper, if we were getting our news from newspaper. Let's trim this down to 4 3/4 by 7. This is how I do a lot of my junk journaling, is with pieces like, oh my gosh, Lael, what did I just do? That should have been 8. Guess what? Guess what's coming out again, my friends? The Scotch tape. Golly, Lael. I've not been sleeping very well, so we're going to chalk it up to that. And headache, migraine. We're chalking it up to both of those things. All right. I don't even know what I was saying. Oh, my junk journaling. My junk journaling. I'm using bits and parts of things all of the time. Usually, I pull some of my things like that out of old magazines or travel brochures, things like that. But also having either sticker books like this or having books that are your collage books that you're just cutting things out, kind of fun too. You can find things to work with without buying things on any of your lists, right? Which may sound kind of weird because my business kind of relies on you buying things. But, you know, I use lots of things. I use lots of found objects. It's fine. I should have made it the whole size. It doesn't matter. Use lots of found objects, especially in my junk journaling. So, something to write with, something to write on, and you could be cutting up old magazines and you'd be good. All right, put this guy in next. And then I will, this is going to be a double layer. Because our little guy standing on his head is not necessarily, we don't have a whole lot of space for him to fill up. So we will do this here and we'll make this kind of, oops, upside down. Let's see what size we want this to be. We'll allow for a little bit more of a border than we normally would. Maybe like that. He'll still fit. So let's see what that is. That ends up being the class that I taught in Texas for the Crafting Through the Holidays event. We actually, one of the things we did was make our own junk journal insert for our Traveler's Notebook. And that was using, well, it was using scraps of paper that we didn't use in the rest of our project. So when you have things like this that you have left over, certainly not garbage, especially things like that that may seem like they're too small to work into something else. You can work those into like a junk journal. All right, so this will go there. Hang with me, guys. It'll all come together. You'll see. I have a plan. Sometimes it's kind of fun to do it on the fly because sometimes fun things happen when I do that. Okay. Now we're ready for some outlining. Let me see. Kate, I design on the fly. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I design on the fly well. Sometimes, but what I do find is if it's feeling forced and it's not really coming together, the best thing for me to do is walk away. Because you guys know sometimes if you are really struggling and just whatever you're working on, it's just not happening, and you kind of start getting frustrated because it's just not coming together like you want it to. I find for me the best thing to do is walk away and come back to it. 99% of the time, if I come back to it the next day, it just falls right into place, which is weird how that happens. But it's absolutely okay to walk away. And guess what else is okay? You may never come back to it. And that's okay too, right? That's totally okay too, if you never come back to it. So this is gonna be a weird one, you guys, that's for sure. It's going to be very different. But like I said, sometimes we feel like we're on our heads. We're standing on our heads. He's breakdancing. I don't do that. I don't know how. I'd probably break something in my breakdancing. All right, so now let's get our news. This will be part of our title here. So this will go right up there, and I am going to stamp directly on the paper. Pattern paper. I don't do that often, do I? I need my pencil board back. That gives me my nice flat surface to stamp on. And my stamping block. Let's right size that. Let's see if that's a good one. Sometimes, do you ever notice that sometimes your stamp doesn't want to stick very well to the stamping block? And I could feel that. Sometimes, especially, it happens with your larger surface area stamps and also your really small ones, like your little bullet stamps. They just get like a little lint or dust on them, and then they don't want to stick very well to your stamping block. So all I do is clean off the back. I just used my stamp chamois to clean off the back. But you can clean off the back, and then all is good again. Let's see. Ashley said, question, any suggestions for what to use the 1.25 by 8 inch strips left over from cutting down pages for a traveler's notebook? I have a lot. Ashley, I have a suggestion for you because I work these in all of the time. So what Ashley's talking about, we have our 6 by 8, and I said I usually take a 6 by 8 and I trim it down to 4 3/4 wide, which gives you a 1.25 strip left over. Let's see if I can find one, Ashley. Let's see. Oh, there's a combo. When I did February and March on the same one, and used the in the envelope stamp and die to put my little photos in there. Let's see. So here's an example, but it's actually wider. So I put them on the opposite page. All right, and then here I just bridged the gap between the pattern paper and the insert itself with a whole bunch of little die cuts. And usually that is what I do. I put it on the opposite page, either right next to it. Let's see. Oh, here's another example. So this was the 1.25 that I had left over. I narrowed it down a little bit and then used it over here on the outside. So it just kind of helped to frame that list. I'm pretty sure I have another one in here, maybe not. I think not, but that is an example, well, 2 examples of what I do. So usually one either goes right next to it or one will go over here on the far edge. I don't use them all the time, but easy to use them. Hello, okay, I'm going to try to pronounce this name. Arohanuai. Arohanalai? I'm sorry if I butchered that. I apologize. From a fellow, your name looks very hard to pronounce, Lael. I apologize if I butchered your name. She asked or said, since I started following Lael with the glimmers and top find, I found. Let's try that again. Since I started following Lael with the glimmers and top 5, I found myself being more mindful and savoring the small moments we take for granted. Thank you, Lael. And that is exactly what that's all about. That's exactly what thinking of your glimmers, or maybe thinking of things you're grateful for or thankful for, it makes you more mindful of those things and makes you kind of build on your happiness a little bit, right? I love that you shared that with us. And that is, definitely one of the reasons why I've started making lists of my glimmers and introduced that to you guys back in December. There is, and we'll talk about glimmers more next week, but there is a woman who kind of coined the term glimmers. And there's an article that I link to when we do that list. That's fascinating, and studies that people have done that the more you recognize and look for things like that in your life, the more that you are aware of them, the more that you see them. And I don't know about you, but I am always up for things that will make me happy, right? All right, and they don't have to be big things, right? They don't have to be big things. Seeing a rainbow, having Reggie come up and lick my hand, right? They're just like, oh, he loves me, right? Little things like that. Thank you for sharing that with us. I love that. All right. I am, Retro RX Serenity. I love that you shared that. In response to Ashley's question about the strips, she said, use the strips to make a random stripe background or like a weave a background. That's really fun too. All right. I have pressed down on that. Plenty, plenty, plenty. There we are. Now, there is, so I think there may be a little bit of coating on that paper. I'm just going to, it was a little faint right there. I use my little black pen to just kind of fill part of that in. That black ink that I'm using here, hands down, that is my favorite and only black ink that I use. It is this guy, the VersaFine Clair by Sukaniko. Nocturne. Nocturne is black. It is a pigment-based ink. We talked a little bit earlier. Your pigment-based inks are generally a juicier ink. They take a hot minute to dry, so I can still see that's a little bit wet. So I want to be very careful that I don't run my hand over that as I'm just kind of filling that in a little bit more. And I also would not want to close this right now because it would transfer some of that ink because it's still a little bit wet from here to over here. All right, now it's kind of looking disjointed, but that's okay. This whole news world is disjointed, seems that way this day, so it's okay that it's disjointed, right? All right, I think we need something to go right down below there. So let's see what that might be. Now, I have a little stamp here. It might be too wide. Newsworthy. That could go down there, right? Newsworthy. Maybe we'll just do that. That is a little definition. Newsworthy definition. Newsworthy. Interesting enough to the general public to warrant reporting. That could go there. Or, let's put that off to the side for a second. I could put a word strip sticker. You know what I say? If it looks like something's missing, word strip sticker or word strip stamp like that is always the solution in my head. Small talk snarky. So these are going to be snarky little words and phrases, and I would like a black one. So these are white and black. Let's see what we have. Oh, how much better would life be if a liar's pants really did catch on fire? So here's the deal. Regardless of what news you watch, that's going there. I like it. Liar, liar, pants on fire. That is not meant to be taken politically in any way, my friends. But I'm using it. That is going to go right here. So your snarky ones, if you see me eating salad in a restaurant, I have been kidnapped and am trying to signal you. She said that's a lot of money to spend on crafts and I knew we couldn't be friends. Sometimes I wonder how you put up with me. Then I remember, oh, I put up with you, so we're even. Just kind of some fun stickers, right? Fun stickers to add a little humor to whatever we're working on. Alrighty. So now there's a lot of blue over here. There's no blue over here. In hindsight, I probably should have stamped blue there. But because I still need to do my list. You guys are like, wait a minute, Lael, there's no list here. Where's your in the news list? No, I guess I wouldn't have to write a list. This could be my in the news for the months. But that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to do another tip in. And that is what I will write my list on. And with my tip in, this I'll add a little bit of blue on my list. So we'll be good. We'll kind of bring those colors back together. So for my tip in, let's see. I could do, let me look. Let me come up here to, I'm thinking this one. This is Vicky's cut and paste collection. All right. And I think if I remember correctly, is there a paper in here that has cards on it? Let's see. Okay, maybe not in here. All right, not in there. So then that would be, I know, in another one. So give me a second while I pull what I'm looking for. All of my collections, you guys, everything like that, you'll notice I store in my craft storage pouches. That is the easiest way for me to keep it all together. So let me look down here. What am I looking for? This. Maybe it's in here. This is, let's see, this is a Vicky Booten paper pad. Maybe it's in this one. Please be in this one. Because after this, I won't continue to dig because then I will have no idea where it is. But my thought here is that for my tip in, well, if I can't find a card, I could tip in something like that. And if you're like, tip in, Lael, what are you talking about? I will show you. I would say when we talk about generic things, generic papers and patterns, I would say I think Vicky does the best job, probably in the industry, of giving us papers that really work for anything, right? Okay, no cards in here either. I don't even know what that paper would have been from. I'm envisioning it in my head, but don't know where it is. That would work, but that's too dark. Don't want to use that. All right, so what if we did this? What if we did, how about this? All right, so 1/2 of my list, this is something I can do. All right, okay, let me get my words. Let me get my words out here, Lil. So I'm going to create a tip in. A tip in is an additional page that I will tip into the center here, right? It's really hard in a format like this in a traveler's notebook. You can't necessarily add a page, but you can add a page by using, well, you can use washi, or you can use some magical tape that is called tip-in tape. So that is what I'm going to use as tip-in tape. If I used washi for this, I could, but I would end up covering up part of whatever I had here. And what I really liked about this paper, I like having all those numbers there. So I would end up covering that up if I used washi. But tip-in tape is matte, clear PET tape or PET tape that I'll be able to use for this, and I'll still be able to see through it. All right, so we do not want that to be the full height of the page, but if I do this right here, that would then end up covering up all that color. I wouldn't see the color until I turned the page and saw this other side. So that's how I'm going to work with all that color and how I have no color over here. See, I told you, it's all coming together. You doubted me. You thought, Lael, what in the world have you done? Like, none of that makes sense. You've got yellow and mint and then a whole bunch of red and blue. Doesn't work. And I said, trust me, trust the process. It's gonna work. Then I have to make it work, right? All right, so I think I would like this to be 7 inches tall because then it would end up covering up the photo. So let's see. I mean, I won't see it on the other side. Whoopsie, didn't quite get that straight. Left a little bit of that product strip on top, that pattern. Okay, rotate this, and now let's cut it to 7. Oh, isn't that nice? Right below a number. And then I would like it to be, well, if my whole idea is to kind of cover that up, do I want it to be maybe about right there? Because if I make it narrower, I'll still have a little bit of red, but we might want to have, I don't know, we might want to have a little bit of red showing just because, we'll have a little bit of red showing because we can see right here. All right, so I don't need it to be 5 inches wide. I would like it to be, how about 4 inches wide? Let's look. 4 inches wide over here would end up being, oh yeah, that will be good. It'll be right there, 4 inches wide. And then I'm going to make another one 4 inches wide because this definitely doesn't work for the backside, right? So we'll do another one that is also 4 inches wide. Like that. And we'll adhere those two together. All right. So let's start out by adhering both of these together. Now, I could have used lined paper, I could have used grid paper, I could have used white cardstock. I really could have used a lot of different things, but this is what I'm going to use. So this is, one side, the front, and the other side's the back. I just didn't quite, let me just trim that a teeny bit so we don't see that green from the underneath it. All right, now what I'm going to do, this is 2 months worth, right? It is August and September. So I'd like to have this side say August and this side say September. I think we might as well just use these guys, right? Let's see, September. September fits and August fits. All right, so these are the stamps that we used at the beginning. Seemed like 8 days ago, right? When we started working on our About Last Month list. There is August, and here is September. All right, and I think that I will end up making this. I'll still do black. So this side is August. I'm just juggling everything. Patricia, I don't know how to contact you through YouTube. Is that me or are you talking to somebody else, Patricia? Here is the deal. If you're talking to somebody else, because I know some of you guys like to connect after you meet, which I love. The best way to do that, because there's not really a way to contact through YouTube, would be if you guys are both in the Lail by Mail Facebook group. If you're not, just go to Facebook and find a Lail by Mail Facebook group. There's a group and a page. You want the group. And you guys can contact each other that way. And then you can instant message or direct message each other that way. And if you don't have Facebook or you don't want to do that, if you guys both want to email me and I'll have your email address. And if you agree to it, then I could introduce you both via your emails that way. All right. Then you know it's safe. That way you're not, just like putting your email address out here on YouTube or something like that. I can be the matchmaker. Okay. And if I just talked about something that had nothing to do with anything, then, ignore me. August. Okay. Well, we have our stamps out. Let's do September. Whew. Are you guys having fun? I am. I'm having so much fun. I have missed this so much. a lot of what I do is forced creativity outside of our listing because I have to. I have to design a class. I have to design a new product. And so sometimes it's a little forced. And then sometimes I procrastinate and then it feels really forced because I have to get it done. Times like this, though, when it's just play, there is just something to be said, you guys, for this, what we do here, what we list and play and whatever. And you guys are crafters, you know, when you're just crafting for the sake of crafting, we just get so much out of it. So this is one of those things that you can do. Doesn't take a lot of time. Make a list, throw a piece of washi on and a sticker, and you call it good. But you scratch that crafting itch, right? Sometimes we don't have all day to play. But you just do a little bit, and a list, a lot of times it's just a little bit. You can scratch that creative itch and then be happy. All right. The last thing I will do is tip this in using the tip in tape because I need to write the whole list and everything before we get there. All right. Look at you guys. I love it. Maybe we can get together at the Sahara West Library. That makes me so happy when I see that. I love that. It's like matchmaking. I love it. So fun. Tip and tape. You guys are talking about tip and tape. You bought it and haven't used it yet. You guys, I don't know anyone who buys something and then doesn't use it. I know no one like that. Present company excluded. And when I say present company excluded, I mean me and everyone else on here, right? We just, we get excited about a product, we buy it, and then we don't use it. So if you haven't used tip and tape, then I am here to show you how to use your tip and tape. Gotta do our little outlining because it looks naked without it. It looks naked. All right, now, the things on my list for the month of August are not necessarily going to only be on one line. So some of them will require a little bit more writing. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to, I need a bullet stamp. I need something to separate the things on my runner list. Why don't we use, how about if we use a little check mark? Check, like it happened, check. That is on Bullets and More 3. Reggie is asleep, the cat, in his bucket. He is snoring. I can hear him snore. It's so funny. Turd, he kept me up half the night. He gets to sleep. I do not. And if you're thinking that I should just wake him up over and over and over, then he will sleep tonight. That's not how cats work. Cats do not have a circadian rhythm. Our son Jack always likes to remind me. Cats do not have a circadian rhythm. So they sleep all hours of the day or night. And so if they don't get enough sleep during the day, that does not translate to they will sleep at night. All right, there's my little check mark. And again, I just lined that up on the stamping stylus in relation to my little squirrel sticker there. And ooh, actually, I didn't. I didn't quite line that up right. I need to fix that or else I'll have really weird looking checks. Rotate that a little bit. All right, now we'll try it again. There we go. All right, now on to my list. So this is what I do. I have a running note on my phone where I keep all the things like this, all of the in the news things that as I hear them or read them or see them on TV or something like that, I just throw them on that note. That note has been ongoing for years now. And so I start a new year and then January, February, March, I just start tucking those things underneath so that when I do sit down to do August, because August was now several months ago, if I didn't have those things written down, I would have a heck of a time trying to remember the newsworthy events that hit my radar for the month. That also makes it very easy right after the first of the year, we do a in the news list for the entire year. So in January of 2026, we'll do an in the news for 2025. And then I will just go back to all of those notes and then pull out kind of the most memorable for the year. I do the same thing for about last month. And then the beginning of 2026, we'll do about last year. And then I've got all those things to pull from in my notes. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. Let's see. Louisa, you're entertaining me as I try to finish 60 hours of online classes. Okay, so Louisa, I'm going to ask the obvious question here. If I'm entertaining you, how are you also doing an online class? I would never be able to do that. I'd be all over the board. I wouldn't remember a thing. I wouldn't remember a thing of what I was, studying. All right, so now this morning, as I was preparing for our little session, I transferred the notes on my phone for In the News from August and September into my workbook here. This is what I use and have been using since 2021 to get all of our listing sessions ready, right? So I know what's going on my list. I kind of have rough ideas of, there's my little die cut camera with the photos coming out of it. This is what it was going to look like. There's my half and half photo. This was going to be my half and half list, but now I changed it on the fly. Okay, so Cracker Barrel. Introduced a new logo, and after much public, I know what I should have done, public backlash, reverted to the old logo. Now, something like that, not with a logo, but with a formula, happened years ago. Remember when Coke came out with a new formula? That was actually a case study that I did in one of my upper level marketing classes before I finished and got my marketing degree. But we did a case study on Coca-Cola when they changed the formula. The beloved Coke was no longer the same beloved Coke that people loved, and backlash, and eventually went back to original Coke formula. So sometimes don't mess with a good thing, right? Sometimes don't mess with a good thing. Your customers may be not happy about it. All right, so what I remembered that I wanted to not do was in something like this where I have a pretty basic low bullet stamp, that is black. It's really difficult to see the things on my list in between the black. So I'm going to have to fix that down the road. The way I'll fix it is with the colored pencil. I'll color it in, but I won't do that right now. Maybe when we're done, I'll just do one so you can see. All right, what else is on my list for In the News? Oh, yes, Taylor Swift. And Travis Kelce got engaged. And that is just a fact, right? That is an indisputable fact that they got engaged. Just like it's an indisputable fact that Cracker Barrel changed their logo and then changed it back. So, no comment, no opinion at all. I'm just listing and stating the fact. Let's see. Texas and California. What did I write here? How do I word this? Introduced, announced, how about announced? Announced potential. I don't know what happened with it. I think Texas said they were going to do it, and then California said they were going to do it to kind of counterbalance what Texas was doing. Congressional redistricting. For voting. All right, next up we have let's see. This was very verbose. Wordy. No one says verbose. Wordy on my list. Let's see. Trump deployed the National Guard in Washington, D.C. to help reestablish law and order. Those, something like that, when I'm trying to figure out how to word it, generally what I do is I just go to Google and I search it, and then I find a way that it's been worded that is pretty much just facts, right? Facts. That's what happened. The Target CEO stepped down due to weak sales and customer boycotting as a result. I'm getting very wordy here. In the change of their DEI policies and stance. All right. Now, I have more room. And what I have more things on my list on my phone that I mentioned, but I only added those things on my list over here because if you remember, I was planning on doing a half sheet and just writing things. So I didn't think I'd have enough room to write more things. Now, I have more room. So what I will do when we're done is I'll go back to my list of other things that happened in the news in the month of August, and I will add those. So it will be partially completed right now. So now let's turn it over and let's go to September. And probably the same thing is going to happen because I had only planned on a half of a page and now I have much more room. So I will need to finish up this guy. But I'll still do the tip and tape and then I'll come back in and add later. I would never suggest doing that. I think it's much easier to get everything done and written on before you try to insert it with your tip and tape. But I will do that so we can see, you guys can see how it works. All right, let's do our last live giveaway. So our last live giveaway is going to be two things. One of them, so one person will win this. One of them is a roll of tip and tape that I will be using. Well, I won't be using this roll. This is the one you get will be a new roll that's not squished right there. And then also this one. This, when I was teaching at the Ready, Set, Create event in September last month, one of the attendees, Jackie Brennan, brought this to me and she said, hey, I accidentally ordered 2 of these from Amazon or something. So I thought I would bring one for you to give away on one of your Saturdays to the Squirrel Squad. And it was this. Things I need to write down because I have ADHD and oh, look, a squirrel. So just a fun little, notebook to write whatever in. But I thought that was so fun. So that was nice of Jackie to bring and donate to the cause. So this next live giveaway, and I'll do it in a minute or two, we'll win that. And then also tip and tape, a roll of tip and tape. But I have to write this down. Now, someone just asked, what is that I am working in? What is the planning page you just showed? Michelle, this is my listing with Lael workbook. So mine is a little bit different than the one that's on my website. For you guys, you don't have winners and you don't have prizes. But basically, This, it would look more like, oh my gosh, am I close? Oh no, I'm okay. Basically, your pages would look like this, so you don't have winners. But you have, for each of your lists, you have the title of your list, the products that you want to use, and then the items on your list, and then a sketch. So this is what I use to plan out all of our listing sessions. And this is the second book that I have. The first one, so this one goes back to August of 2024. The first one I started in 2021. It was much bigger. And it took us through August of 2024. Anyhow, so it's a 2-part book. You have your planning pages, and then actually 3 parts. You also have your list ideas. You can keep lists of different topics that you want to do. And then there's just kind of a generic note section in the back. So you could use it for sketches or I don't know, whatever you wanted. But that's what that is. That's how I plan all of our listing sessions. So why did I pick this up? I picked it up because, oh, I know, golly. I need to write down our 4 prizes today that are live. Our 4th prize is the squirrel notebook plus tip and tape. I just don't want to forget that because someone will email me and be like, I want a prize. And I'll be like, oh, what did you win? Which, by the way, it always helps if you win a prize that you tell me what you won. Then I don't have to go back and look. Okay, so September. Things that hit my radar in September. So we'll get this as far as I can. There are not too many things on it, and then I will come back and add after we're done. All right, so Giorgio Armani. Robert Redford. There was just going to be a little difference in my voice there, and I pulled back because again, it should be everything should be just the facts. Robert, I was going to show a little emotion there. I won't do that. Robert Redford and Rick Davies. So Rick Davies was part of Supertramp. And this is just the facts. I like the band Supertramp, although that's not really facts, Lael. That's more of opinion. I better not say it. But I just told you. From the band Supertramp. Yeah, I just broke my own rule. Passed away. I don't know. You may not like Supertramp. That may be very divisive. You never know. So, I broke my own rule. Apologies. I won't do it again. I'll try not to. The next one. The White House announced, how did I word that? Announced, a link I wanted to say White House announcement linking, so now I have to reword this in my head. White House announced a link between autism and acetaminophen /Tylenol, and recommended pregnant women not take or limit the use during pregnancy. No, that's another one that is just the facts, because some people may believe that and some people may not. So it's just the facts. And that is what this is. My little photo there of Tylenol autism. So pulled from a photo, like in the headlines, right? Just something that I will see that image and instantly remember that. Let's see. Carlos, if you follow tennis at all, Carlos Alcaraz and Ariana, oh my gosh, I can't read what I wrote. Ariana Sabalenka won the U.S. Open tennis tournament. Let me just scroll up, make sure I'm not missing something. Shannon said all of the 80s bands are losing their members. I know, right? They're all aging out. They're aging out. Like we all will one day. We will age out. Mary Lee said, just saw Robert Redford in an old Twilight Zone episode. He was so young, right? Yeah. Shannon said they only let us take Tylenol when we were pregnant in the old days, right? Same here. I suffer from migraines and I have since I was 16. So when I was pregnant, the only thing I could take was Tylenol, and I would take Tylenol and drink a Coke because the acetaminophen and then the Coke, sugar in the Coke, and the caffeine would work to open up blood vessels in my head. All right, next up, U.S. Open Tennis Tournament, ABC. Suspends. That was very controversial. And either way, right? Either way, whichever side you fall on, ABC suspends Jimmy Kimmel. Late night talk show host, if you don't know. And I don't remember how long it was he was suspended. And took the show off the air for a period of time. And then the public, and we'll just say the public, how do I word this? The public responded, not all the public, just some public, responded with their pocketbook and canceled their Disney subscriptions and he came back on air not long after. So I don't have all the details about how long, so I just write what I have. Write what I have. Okay. The conservative activist, I was not familiar with this individual until this happened. The conservative activist Charlie Kirk was assassinated at UVU. UVU is Utah Valley University. So here in Utah, while speaking. All right, friends, so that is all I have on my list. I will add a few more things that were on the list on my phone. Again, I didn't think I would have as much room as I ended up having, so I will add a couple more things. Now, one quick thing I want to do before I use the tip and tape. I had mentioned at the beginning, after I did my first check mark, I'm like, oh yeah, I should have stamped a different color, right? I should have stamped a different color because, thank you, Diane, he was off for 4 days, thank you. Because that check mark, you can't really, it all kind of blends in, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out a colored pencil and I am going to find a red because I have swatched all of my, of course, maybe Signal Red would be good. Castle Arts. Signal Red. I've swatched all my colored pencils for the exact same reason we want to, Castle Red. For the exact same reason, no, this is hard. I'm trying to read and look and speak at the same time. For the exact reason, Castle Red or Signal Red? Signal Red? Well, I think it's Signal Red. Castle Arts, Signal Red. Yeah. for the exact same reason that we swatch our inks. So we're not trying to find every single ink, you know, like this, having to pull out all of our inks like that. Same reason for pencils. Swatch my pencils, my markers, my highlighters, everything, because I would have to go through so many of those making marks before I found the color that I thought matched the best. All right. Ooh. Oh my gosh, that one's gonna break again on me. We'll see how long it lasts. Part of it is sharpened, part of it is not. Oh, it's gonna go right now. Pretty soon this is gonna be a little nubbin. It's gonna be like a little inch long colored pencil. I'm making it too sharp, so it keeps breaking. All right, that will be good. Let's try that. So I am, oh, golly Lil. Anyhow, that's a mess. So you don't have to necessarily have a lot of different colored inks. Colored pencils are way less than colored inks, right? So here's an example of how I am changing the look of that check mark by just coloring it in with red. And now those stand out a lot better, right? They stand out a lot better. So I might also, let's look. Do we want to add a little bit more red here? I think because we'll have a little bit of red peeking out. I'm going to take that same colored pencil and kind of color in right there. And color in right there. And we might also do this. Well, we might not, we're going to do it. So we're just bringing a little bit more color in. Basically just writing over some of the things I've already written on or stamped. Colored pencils can be a super inexpensive way of adding color to whatever you're working on. And of course, since I'm not using like water, I'm not using these for watercolor. I mean, you can buy incredibly expensive watercolor pencils, but if all you're doing it is to write or add a little bit of color to something, you can buy really inexpensive colored pencils or sets. All right, so let's see. Now we're ready for our tip in. All right, we are ready for our tip in. Okay. Tip in tape, where did it go? All right, here we go. So tip and tape, let me just double check and see. Deborah, I must stop procrastinating and start listing. Deborah, my friend, pick a list. All right, pick a list. Now, I don't know if you say you're procrastinating just today or you are procrastinating just digging in and doing it. About last month is a really easy one to start with. What a day is an easy one to start with. Currently, what are you currently eating, drinking, reading, watching, thinking, feeling, listening to? There is a free class here on my YouTube channel, How to Get Started Creative Listing. So if you have been procrastinating, anyone, now I'm talking to Diane, but I'm also talking to anyone out there. No, Deborah. No, wait. Who was it? Deborah. That if you wanted to start creative listing, but you didn't know where to start, take a little itty bitty step and watch that video. That'll help you. All right, so tip and tape. Tip and tape is a matte PET tape or PET tape. PET or PET stands for polyethyl T something. Long word, T something. So when you look at your tip in tape, there is a line down the center. That line down the center, when you do that, it reveals half of the stickiness. So if I pull this part away, this part's sticky, this part's not. That makes it a lot easier to work with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut a piece of tip and tape that is the height. I wish I knew where my regular scissors were that I had a minute ago. That is the height of my piece here that I want to tip in. So that's 7 inches. All right. I am going to start out by just pulling the right side away, that protective part, the release tape, the release paper away. And that part where I've just removed the release paper is sticky. So I'm going to put that half on the piece that I want to tip in, my list. All right, that half is on. This part is not sticky because it still has the release paper on it. This part was sticky, and that is what adhered it to my list, my tip in, okay? So now I have the other part that is not sticky until I reveal the release paper. I am going to pull off that other half, like that. And I'm going to take my piece and I'm going to tip in, that's why it's called a tip, and I'm going to tip it into the center of my spread here. All right, so I'm just gonna fold this back so I can easily see. Let's go right there. And I'm pressing that, oopsie, tip in tape down. Oopsie, I pulled up a little bit of the paper. Oh, well, that's okay. Pressing that tip in tape down. Flatten out that little wrinkle there. All right, so I have put part of the tip in tape on what I'm tipping into my insert, and I'm putting the other part of that tip in tape what I want to tip in, which is my little list or card here. All right, so that's tip and tape, and it's super easy to use, right? The fact that it is matte and it is clear means that you don't even know it's there. You can't, well, you can see it a little bit if you look closely, but really you can't see it. It's not covering up anything. I can kind of use washi for that. The problem is if I use washi for that, let me find a regular width of washi here. Hang on. If I use washi for that, let's say I used this. If I used washi for that, I would end up covering up part of that. Now this wouldn't be so bad because it would still kind of work, but I'm covering up part of this and covering up part of this. Here's the thing with washi though. Washi is meant to be decorative. It's meant to maybe seal an envelope decoratively, but it is not meant to hold up for something like this, a page turning back and forth and back and forth. You guys know some washi sticks better than others or works better than others. It is not meant for something like that. Your tip and tape is meant for that. It is meant to stick and hold that and have that movement back and forth and back and forth. All right, so there is my in the news for the months of August and September. Oh, all right, so I just made a mess over here. This was not completely dry yet. I think there's a little bit of a coating on that paper. So I have made a mess. And you know what? It is just going to be mixed media-y, right? It's just going to have a little bit of ink around it, and that's just what it is, right? I can try to erase a little bit of it off, but I can see there are still spots that are pretty dark, and those are the spots that haven't quite dried yet. So what I can try to do, not sure if it'll work, I can try to come back in, and that kind of thing, especially with pigment-based ink, some paper will suck in the ink a little bit faster than others. Sometimes you just need to let something dry and come back to it. So let me find let's see if this will do anything for me. Probably not. Oh, actually, look, that's coming right off with my little sand eraser. So sand eraser has some grit to it, and it is just taking that right off. Now, what I will end up doing, I will wait and let this dry, because what I don't want to do is I don't want to be now erasing there and actually starting to pull the ink away from the stamp. I don't want to make the situation worse, but that actually worked really well to get that off. So good, I didn't ruin it. All right, so probably what I'll end up doing when I'm done here, I think, I might take this dictionary stamp. Let's see, I don't know, it might not be, or the newsworthy stamp. Would it fit over here? It would. Actually, I'm gonna do that right now, or else I'll forget later. So we'll put my little pencil board right under there. Get my wide, whatever, stamping block out. I don't know, maybe I'll do it in red. Should I do it in red? Let's see. Sometimes it's hard to stop, right? Let's see a red. There's lots of different reds. Believe it or not, when you look at those, some have more orange to them, some have more blue to them. different tones in the red family. So barn door, let's do barn door. And then I'll be done. Sometimes it's hard to stop. Barn door. If you are listening with me today or any day, sometimes people will put their lists, things they've been working on in the Facebook group, which I think it's fun to see. You guys see what I do, but I don't ever see what you do, and other people don't ever see what you do unless you happen to show them. So Facebook group is a fun place for you to pop in and just share whatever you've done. If you would like to, I would like to encourage you to do that. I need to encourage myself to do that because when things get so busy and crazy, I don't even photograph any of it. It just goes straight to Amy to photograph for the idea book. So, but once things slow down mid-November, then I'll start posting lists and things in there again. Yesterday, the day before, I think the day before, I posted a picture view out of our big window at our house. I went from Texas to the 90-degree weather, home to snow on the foothills above our house. There we go. Newsworthy. Interesting enough to the general public to warrant reporting. All right, so that's how I made all of that work together. The mint and yellow over here that didn't necessarily go with the blue and the red over here. When you look at that, it looks great together. And I'll come back in and do my red, colored pencil. And when you look at that, it works together, right? Right. Okay, friends, we are ready to say our goodbyes for the day. Maritza, it is private. Yes, Facebook group is private. So you just have to bop in and you've got to, I think, ask to be part of it. And then I just get that and I go, okay, sure. I'm very non-discriminating. Unless it is like a business. And then I'm like, I don't know. If it's a store or something like that, I'm like, no, I don't think that makes sense. All right, let's do this. Let me move the light and I will rotate the camera and we will say our goodbyes until, yes, and whoever came up with the idea who said, yes, you could use the breakdancing guy on his hands. That would be perfect for in the news. I'm so glad you suggested that because that turned out really fun, right? That turned out fun where he's like juggling the news. All right. Hello Zen girls. She said, aw crap, say hello, say goodbye. You just got here because you never read my emails. Whoops, missed dates. Well, I would say this, emails, also in the Facebook group and on the Facebook page, always the day before we're listing, I put it in there too. But I know sometimes there's too much is going on. We forget. So I'm sorry that you forgot. And you can watch the replay, right? Replay is fun too. All right, friends. So couple things. I will be here on Wednesday night at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time doing a What's New Wednesday. I have not done a What's New Wednesday in forever. So I will show you some of the new products on the website. We'll definitely dig into Vicky's Curiosities in Willow Grove collection. Also her little Halloween add-on pack. That is super fun. We'll take a look at more new products as well. So we'll do that this Wednesday. I will send out an email about that on Monday. And then we'll be listing again next Saturday, a week from today, which will be the 25th. And then we won't be listing for 2 weeks because week after that, I have my December documented mini book project kit that we'll be doing the class for that on Saturday. And then the following week, I will be out of town teaching at an event, my last in-person event of the year. All right, so that's the plan. One more giveaway. This giveaway is an after party giveaway. The way the after party giveaways work, you leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat. Comment on the video when it is over. I don't know, just tell me something that you did the month of September. If you were making a list, about last month's list, what would be on your list for September? And if you aren't making a list, still tell me what are the things you did in September. Before we are together again next Saturday, I will draw one random lucky winner to win another $25 store credit on your account. So you can shop for your prize. All right, my friends, thank you. Thank you for joining me today. So happy to be back. It's been a long time. I think it's September 9th when we were together last. All of that traveling has been a lot. So back home for a couple weeks and very happy to have you join me. If I don't see you on Wednesday or if I don't see you next Saturday, I hope to see you either maybe at the Christmas Bash event in person that's happening in November or somewhere on the interwebs at some point soon. All right, thanks for watching, you guys. Bye-bye. Have a great rest of your weekend. Bye. Now I have to walk around the back of the camera and turn it off. Okay, bye.